And we are back with the second day of Elite League here in NA with the close qualifiers. I'm Harry, joining me is Otomo, and you're going to be watching some fun best of threes today. Otomo, It was a long day yesterday. Today, I kind of feel like it's going to be a bit shorter, but I'm just hoping it is as or more exciting.
I hope so. I mean, we're looking at Nouns. We're probably going to go in the first round. We have a bunch of exciting teams. Today, we're actually going to be cutting our teams by half. We're going to start with 6. By the end of the day, we're only going to have 3 teams competing. So that is a little bit...
I for some reason, I imagine like you taking all of the players and cutting them in half. I understood that my brain just isn't wired the way it should be. So I'm gonna change that in a second. Sorry, Otomo, I'm gonna get into the normal mode now. But you can go on. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah, we have 6 teams, and today we're gonna go we're gonna do the first round. Round of the lower bracket, upper bracket, then we're gonna do the upper bracket finals as well. So tomorrow's just gonna be lower bracket finals and grand finals, where we get to see who's going to go all the way and compete in the actual league. So we start with 6 teams today. We're only gonna have 3 by the end. I don't think we're gonna be casting all the games. Like there'll be a couple of games that won't be casted just because we for reasons we can't talk about. It's not about our business. We're gonna forget it. But we are gonna be casting a lot of Nouns. In fact, our first game is going to be Nouns versus RLD2. Then we're going to go against Legacy, against whoever loses that match. And then we're going to go all the way up again to the upper bracket, which is going to be the winner of Grin Esports and not the cut versus Nouns and RLD2. So, Harry, how do you think the games are going to go exactly?
Well, I'm kind of feeling that Nouns are gonna be sliding through all of the opponents today. RLD2 and then probably Grin Esports, but who knows? Not the cut could make it.
Okay.
But when it comes to the lower bracket, I actually don't know. That's where I am thinking Legacy for me. They are the strongest, but that doesn't have to be the case. They're not like the ultimate team that nobody can beat. For me, they're the strongest after Nouns, but maybe not. We'll see how it goes overall. Though it should be a fun day. Nouns, as I mentioned, they should glide through, but it's always nice to see if they might try something new, and it could bite them in the backside. They tried the Terrorblade yesterday, and it didn't start off too well. Later on, Lelis was incredibly farmed, and all of it was fine, but overall, it didn't work out too well. So just if our production can confirm, our Tilted Boys gonna be playing the loser of Nouns versus IRLD2, or are they going to be playing the loser of the other series?
Yeah, that's one of the things we were wondering, right? Like, where do you slide in when you lose? Because I was thinking, like, if you are at the top, you slide to the top. If you're at the bottom, you slide to the bottom. But you say it's the opposite, right? So
you know why? Because it would be dumb for you to face the exact same opponent, right? So if Grin Esports would drop down, they would get a rematch versus Tilted Boys, and we don't want to see that. We want to see them mix it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either way. For me, it'll be good no matter how it goes. So yeah, I was wrong when we said Legacy we're going to be seeing Tilted Boys. I think the second match of the day is going to be the best one because it's going to be the most unpredictable. You know, now it's very likely, as you keep mentioning, to slide all the way, not just to the end, but into the tournament itself, which is, good for them. And actually, speaking of the tournament, we're going to be having 16 teams in the Swiss stage, another 16 teams in the group stage. 8 from the Swiss stage are going to proceed. And what do you think of the invited teams? What catches your eye?
I mean, I'm a big fan of the tournament in general. For people that don't know, right? Swiss stage is going to be the first part of this tournament. So as you mentioned, 8 teams are going to advance to the top, and in the group stage, it's a classic round robin. In Swiss stage, it's like winners playing winners, losers playing losers, and if you win 2 games, you go through. If you lose 2 games, you get eliminated from the tournament. It is going to be a lot of teams in the tournament, something that we haven't seen this year. And as you guys can see, these are the slots from the qualifiers. Me and Otomo on this stream, we're gonna be bringing you the NA close qualifier team and the South America qualifier team as well. But you can watch our other streams as well. Follow this stream as well as the other ones that are currently online, as that's where you can find out the other teams and how they're doing in terms of qualifying.
I'm excited to see. We're going to go to the actual round robin teams. It's cool that we have Falcons as well as PSG Quest and then MENA Qualifier. That gives Nigma a real chance to go there. I know that this, and I mean, like, that's good. Like, it's nice to see more MENA teams, especially because it's a new region coming in. We do have a lot of Western European teams already going to be there. We have Bet Boom as well as Team Spirit. So that's cool. I'm glad that we have so many teams, because I was reading comments about tournaments and some people were like, it's sad that some tournaments only have 12 teams coming in for LANs. This team has 24 teams and they all make money. Even last place, if you make it all the way to the league, you still get 10,000 USD, which is not a whole lot, to be fair with you, but it's still very nice. I wouldn't mind 10,000 USD right now.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still on a team. It's gonna be separated between the 5 players. The coach gets something as well.
Yep.
Usually, it's the coach gets 2% from each player. That's, you know, the contracts were usually made that way when I was still playing a bit. I don't know if it still stands like that, but it is pretty common. Overall, though, not only that. The team that qualifies, right? You mentioned to the Swiss stage, they get $10,000 100%, even if they get eliminated. But also the team that doesn't qualify, let's say in this close qualifiers, is going to be getting $5,714 in interesting sum. But the thing is that the entire tournament is $1 million, 960 for the main event, the main tournament, which format we just explained, and then the $40,000 are split between 7 regions, which makes it the sum that we just mentioned.
It's not too top heavy, you know. I mean, yes, first place gets 300, second place gets 150, but it's like 80, 50, 40, 30, 20, 20, 20, 10, 10. It's like everyone's making some amount of money. And it's not like, you know, like on TI where the last place gets 0.25% and first place gets half of the prize pool. And you go, that is a big disparity between the two things. So I'm glad to see that. Yeah, you know,
just get good. Just get good, Otomo. That's what TI tells you. This is Elite League. I mean, it's still a league. There's a lot of Dota to play on TI. Actually, the TI, there's a lot of Dota to play. If you get into the group stage, we did have, you know, some things before the group stage, some play-ins in the last couple of TIs. I don't think that's going to be the case this year, but we still don't know.
Yeah, Valve kind of announced, right? They said that we're going to be taking it like the old days, where we take some tournaments where we say these tournaments are important, and we're going to be like these results matter to us. These are the teams that are going to fight, and then we're going to have a qualifier for every region, which is, you know, like the wild west. I like it. We'll see how it's going to go, though. Overall, it's been a very interesting year of Dota 2 so far, and I enjoy it. I'm kind of glad that DPC is gone.
Okay. If you say so.
By the way, RLD2, we are still waiting for some teams to show up. Sorry, some of the players to show up. I'm not gonna say who, but RLD2 they picked second pick. Nouns has not yet picked what they want. We'll see if they want to go for Radiant or Dire. But I'm personally a fan of second pick just because I love having last pick. I think that gives you a lot of draft flexibility because you can flex all the way. If you have first pick, you know, by the end, you're still going to be like, all right, I kind of have an idea of who's going to go in what lane.
For me, still the first pick is the best because the 18 pick or the last pick in the second phase, and then you're having 2 bans after it to protect it, for me is the best way. Because with those bans, when you have the last pick, you are, with those bans, kind of giving the enemy team the idea of the type of Dota you want to play. Whereas here, you get a hero and you get the bans. That's how it goes.
To be fair, I mean, by that same logic, though, when you have the last pick, you don't have to worry about protecting it, right? Because you're saying the last pick in the second phase is good, and I agree with you. But you have overall last pick, you still don't have to worry. So that's kind of cool.
Nouns having a really cool logo. We're gonna be watching their roster right now. Yuma, Copy, Gunner, Lelis, and Fly. I think none of these heroes need an introduction. So I think we should instantly just move to RLD2 because these are the players that we actually don't know. So production, give us the other team rosters. These guys everybody knows. Copy a little bit unknown for some people, but the other ones, I mean, they've been in the scene for so long.
Yeah, but I mean, who doesn't know Fly? And Lilith is a huge star in South America, and it's actually in general. But you know, like he's huge in South America, coming from there and going to all over the world. Gunner, he was mid, now he's playing offline. That's kind of interesting change. And we have Yuma, who was part of Digima Galaxy. RLD2, by the way, these are no slouches. Dad was playing in the South American DPC in Division 1, then goes rank 10 in the region. He is much higher ranked than Copy, who's not ranked 95. I know, like it's a very small difference actually in MMR, but It is a difference.
It's not a small difference. It's like 1,000 MMR, dude. But
Really?
overall, for me, that's not too big of a difference at that level,
agree.
because there are some hero spammers that would be able to get to like rank 1. Remember all of the Tinker metas? You would have like first 10 people would be Tinker spammers, and it's really not a representative. If you are top 50 as a core player, consistently top 50, you do have the skill necessary to be like the best player in the world competitive wise. Maybe for a support player, consistent top 100 in across multiple patches. That's how I see it, at least in Europe, right? That's where people were really, really good.
Well, there's some of the other things that we wanted. That he was originally playing the off lane. If you look at his record, even this patch, he was playing a lot of like Magnus, Tidehunter. Right now, though, he is playing carry for this particular team. So we don't have a whole lot of info how he plays. So it seems like he's just playing Wind Ranger, trying to go for kills, and then some some like farming carries like Faces Void, Alchemist, Luna. 9, he is. This guy, you want to keep your eye on him. He's doing pretty well. Hoodwink, Rubik, Muerta. I like the Muerta position 4. It feels like he can scale pretty well. And Tony's a bit scary because in this patch alone, he has played 150 games of Chen. Sorry, 140 games of Chen with like a 62% win rate, and he's ranked 100.
That's not scary at all, because everybody is going to be banning that hero anyways. But
True.
I have a question, Automo. Is your coordinator in Dota okay?
No, it says connected to the Dota game core and logging in. So
yeah. Same with me.
Yeah, I just checked now when you were telling me. Oh dear, that's how the teams are able to join the room. Oh man.
Yep, that's kind of annoying. Hopefully it gets fixed.
You changed your camera angle, didn't you? Because I remember your bed was more like straight yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm very familiar with what your bed looks like. So I mean, with these angle changes, they throw me off completely.
Okay. I don't know. So yesterday, my wife was setting up the camera, and she likes it all tidy and nice and everything. And then maybe I just sat here today and I was like, yeah, I don't care. Let's just throw it all in. Maybe wait. If I do this.
Because it's not exactly the same, you know. There's been, we can check yesterday's video, and like there's a bit of a change. Because I'm looking at this guy for 10 hours. I know that there's a camera change somewhere. It's not saying right with me.
Okay. So the coordinator is back up. I will Automo in some break secure that the camera is nice and tidy for you. I do apologize for the change. Don't worry about it. Me and production are gonna be dealing with it so that it is the same.
Because I wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Let's see. What else are we looking at for in terms of Sonengo, who's the mid laner for RLD2, like we said, is ranked 10. He does play some interesting heroes. One of them is the Snapfire. He's been playing it a bit in the pubs. That's something that we saw a bit of yesterday. You know, you go the Maelstrom, Diffusal. It's good if you reach level 25, but I don't really love it until then.
Dude, the Snapfire literally won the game yesterday, the one that crushed the Dragonite in the lane.
Yeah,
without level 25.
That's true. All right, look, that was a team effort. When they win, it's a team effort. When they lose, it's because Snapfire.
And what are you gonna say when in the Swiss stage, PSG Quest with Noob in the mid lane are just playing Snapfire, everybody else is banning it out? Are you still gonna be saying things like that?
No, but that's different. Look, when that happens, I'll eat my words. Until that happens, I can say whatever I want. But no, the Snapfire, I would be excited to see it work, because we know that here it does do decent damage with the Mortimer's Kisses, so you do have something to tide you over. It's just that there's that gap between level 15 and 25 where you don't really get that much stronger. So we'll see what Ninko is going to go for.
What if you would buy a Rapier Hex BKB Blink between that time? Would that make you stronger?
Yes, that would make you a lot stronger as well. But you know what I mean. You're being deliberately obtuse. I always remember that word from...
Okay, I now definitely believe you that you have a library behind you, but I've still been wanting you to open your door so that we see it. I'm a fan of nicely set books. I'm just hoping that your library isn't like, yeah, there's a book, place for a book there, and then you just throw it in.
It's like 2 books as well. But actually, that word is not from any book I read. It was from The Shawshank Redemption. Do you ever see that movie? It's very good. And then he actually says that line. He's like, I can't believe you're being deliberately obtuse when there's like evidence that you could get him off his crime. Good movie, by the way. Something like 35 years old or
Yes. I didn't watch it. I think it's 10 years since I've watched it last time, so I could. Now you definitely reminded me of it, so I could go for it.
We're still waiting for the 2 teams to, by the way, completely get into the lobby. I think there's at least 2 players missing from one of the teams. We're not gonna say who, but you can guess. We're not gonna say who it is. So that's why the delay is happening. It's not just because we like looking at each other's eyes, although that is a nice fringe benefit of what's going on right now.
Yeah, for sure. Though, we have Dr. Production Team and the admins. We're going to be taking a short break, everybody. We're going to be back as soon as everybody's in the lobby. As soon as we start the draft, we'll be back right here. So stay with us. Go check out the other streams and then be back in a couple of minutes because that's when RLD2 versus Nouns will officially start. And we are back here. I'm Harry, joining me is Otomo, and hoping, Otomo, that now I have centered the bet the way that you like it, my friend. But we might have come in here excited, but with pretty bad news. What ended up happening is that ILD2, they took a long time to enter the lobby, thus they were given a default loss, or well, the other side Nouns were given a default win, meaning that we are not going to be here for some times, Otomo, as we're going to be waiting for the other series to end, and then we have a schedule to watch the loser of that series and going up against Tilted Boys. So that is going to be the series of Green Esports versus Not The Cut. And that's pretty much what we are going to be waiting for. So, guys, it is going to be a very long break here, depending on when Green Esports and Not The Cut end their series. Then 20 minutes after that, the loser of it will be playing versus Tilted Boys. Of course, later on in the day, Nouns will be taking on the winner of Green Esports versus Not The Cut. Otomo, unfortunately, we are not gonna be watching anything right now, but we will be back. We will be back, guys. As soon as that series ends, we're gonna be back with more great Dota, so don't go away just yet. Of course, you can watch the ESB EN stream. There is another qualifier going on there. Follow this channel, follow that channel as well, and follow us once we are back. And there it is. You're gonna be seeing all of the channels that we have. Make sure that you go through all of them, because then you won't be missing out on any of the action. And we're going to be giving you one last shot of ourselves so that you can engrave it in your minds here. The difference in our hairstyles, but what connects us is love for Dota and love for Dota. And Dota will continue after a very long break. See you then.
Bye.
welcome back to the Elite League NA Closed Qualifiers. I'm Harry, joining me is Otomo, and you're watching a series between Not The Cut and Legacy. A couple of changes happened today because of an unfortunate forfeit that that happened. So, Otomo, it does feel bad that ILD2 didn't fight versus Nouns, though we were kind of thinking that Nouns were going to win that series anyway. So we are still in the same situation we thought we would be in.
Kinda, but now we are also in an elimination match. We're starting to cut people up, you know. Oh, sorry, cut some of the teams away, and this is going to be either Legacy or Not The Cut going home. Over the two teams, I kind of like Not The Cut a bit more. I want to see what Legacy is doing. They've been kind of having a lot of offlaners. We saw them yesterday pick like the carry Enigma, or at least put carry in the Enigma in the safe lane. Didn't work out for them. So hopefully Legacy looks a little bit better today.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of faith in them. Though today, I had a lot of faith in them because Pingus was playing insane Dota, right? Remember that he was actually playing really good. And today he's not going to be here. We're going to have Albino Zebra that is going to be standing in for him. So, you know, it's another guy from North America. For people that don't know, Pingus is Canadian. Albino Zebra is from the US. You know, it's only BNC here that is the imposter.
I'm not sure. I agree with you. We were saying that yesterday. We were like Pingus. Game one, I think he was on the Vengeful Spirit. I'm not sure it was the game two, but he had amazing positioning with all his ultimate. Wasn't enough to keep them in the game. All right, Not The Cut. They do get rid of the Chen, of course. Every game, the Chen. What? Man out, Pudge. Okay, cool move by Legacy. As they also start off with the Magnus. Asmund, that's Little Nick's second most played hero. They get rid of the Pudge, which is his most played hero. All right, they just, you know, they don't want the enemy to get it. How odd.
How odd to see a Pudge ban in the first phase. I would really like to see a Pudge, to be honest. Big fan of the hero. Magnus into Rubik, classic counter. When the Lion was at the top of his game, which was really not that long ago, we would always see a Lion instead of the Rubik, but this is a matchup as old this time.
Yeah, you know, we Magnus, you blink in, immediately you can be lifted, you can have RP stolen away. Like, there's so many risks to playing against the Rubik. Not sure if this is going to be Rubik 4 or 5. Sadman and Geisek are both the same rank. It's kind of, in the old days, it was always like, oh, Rubik is definitely going to be the 4. But nowadays, feels like the hero is very flexible. I don't like that, to be completely frank with you. I feel
Why
like
not?
He's better as a 4.
10 seconds.
No, just like him as a 4. You know, he's doing things that are unnatural in my eyes. I don't like it.
Okay, I get it. I mean, the thing is, I think we are adopting a little bit of a boomerish approach to Dota, Otomo, because we've been watching and playing this game for such a long time, and I think we should really try to get rid of that, because Rubik 5 is a thing, and it is working out quite nicely for some of the teams.
I guess so. Just that's not how it was when I started. Therefore, it must be
Back
bad.
in my day.
And these kids all over my lawn. I hate it. All right, Not The Cut. But they had a very interesting performance with the Luna the previous game, I believe.
I have a question for you, a trivia question.
Oh dear.
You know one. So you mentioned a lawn. Which hero says, "Get off my lawn"?
Coddle.
Nope.
Oh,
Like
Gyro.
no. True, but not the not in a way that I presented it. Like you can hear my awesome voice acting in "Get off my lawn." Yeah, that sucks actually, but Elder Titan was the answer. So yeah, I'm sorry, Otomo. To be honest, this is one of those situations when the teacher gives unclear things in the question on the test, right? And then nobody gets it right because of that. So I do apologize.
No problem. I accept your apology. By the way, I do believe that it's going to be Rubik 5 and Monkey King is going to be the position 4. Sadman plays a lot of Monkey King 4. He has impressive win rate in the pubs. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it can be adjusted, but I'm feeling like it's going to be the Monkey King 4. It's a good way of also kind of dealing with Enchantress, because you just don't lane against her. You're always hunting couriers or whatever, and just being a nuisance having a huge impact. We've seen Jinkyu as well as 9 class really innovate with this hero. I think he can do it as well.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Wind Ranger is at our service. We're seeing some really ladies that are really connected to nature here on the other side. But overall, Enchantress is nice versus the Monkey King. You can purge off the Jingu stacks. He really doesn't like getting slowed down super all that much. Wind Ranger also very nice. Can cut down the trees. Magnus too. So in general, this Monkey King is he's not gonna have the easiest time scouting things around if he is a 4.
Actually, I think this is kind of better, right? You were mentioning about removing the Jingo stacks. If you're a sport Monkey King, you don't care about that at all. You're like, yeah, remove my Jingo stacks. I don't give a damn. And if I was not the cut, I would want to flex the Monkey King a bit more and maybe pick my my mid right now, or another or an off lane, so that they don't
Dragonite?
go there. The Monkey Dragonite is good, because like Dragonite could be mid or off. You pick whatever's the other one, and you let them be. Like think that the Monkey King is carry for a while longer.
We saw that Snapfire versus the Dragonite. Do you feel like there's some chance for a hero like that to come out?
Oh, okay, all right. So it's going to be Monkey King carry, by the way. Snapfire for Legacy? No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, that's not fair. You saw the Pango.
Yeah, I got it right. All right, so I mean that was just kind of one in a million things that you would never think it would happen. A Snapfire solo killing Dragonite pre-level 6.
Dude,
It shouldn't happen.
is Pango just cutting the Wind Ranger?
He does. His sword's going through her, the poor thing, and it very yeah. There you go, sliced in half again. Now sliced vertically in half.
That
Wait,
feels. I'm getting sickened from watching this.
But I know something interesting. Do you see when they pick enchanters that actual flowers bloom on the ground when she's picked? I've never noticed that before. You pick
Yes, of
enchanters.
course.
You knew that? Oh, I wish I was observant to see.
I mean, you are observant. You just saw it.
Well, I've been watching Dota for years. Now I see it. Alright, so the cut, they've got overall last pick. Very likely to be their mid or their off lane. As for Legacy, this could be a Wind Ranger carry, could be a Wind Ranger off. Magnus also Magnus could be a support. Didn't they just actually pick support Magnus and rush a refresh orb in the match that we did not broadcast? Sorry about that, by the way.
That was not the cut, right?
I believe, yeah, it was. It was Grin Esports versus Not the Cut. So that's the one. They actually picked Magnus in both of their games. Yeah, we're watching the same team. It's not the cut.
Yep. So it's not Legacy. I kind of feel like it's gonna be a Magnus off with a Wind Ranger 4. Kind of seems the most natural one to me, because I'm not sure if I would like to see a carry Wind Ranger with a Magnus Pango. The scaling can be rough, especially because there's two already quite strong scaling cores on the other side, being the Monkey and the Dragonite. Even if you kill one of them with a Focus Fire, then you're kind of left stranded without that much damage. So I would prefer a support Wind Ranger here.
I wouldn't mind support Wind Ranger either. Although her damage with Focus Fire looks so abysmal early on, and I know you have other spells you want to use, but when your hero's ultimate doesn't do too much, especially against the Avenged Shield, the Dragonite Armor, the Monkey King and Wukong, not a big fan. I think this is more likely to be a Wind Ranger core, to be honest with you. Well, then it's like Magnus support. Ugh. Either way.
You might be right. You might be right. The more I think about it, the more I'm switching my ideas left and right. So it definitely can be both.
Sorry about that, I was drinking water. Alright, another cut. They ban out a carry, Legacy, they ban out a mid laner. Obviously, they feel like, the Monkey King and Puck combo is really good. You can swap people out of the coil. That's not Monkey, that's Venge. But Monkey, you just put the Wukong. Puck puts the coil, and you're like, hello. Let's have some fun.
So what are we thinking for Legacy?
For Legacy, we want to carry. Unless Wind Ranger's carry and Magnus is off and Pango is mid, in which case you're thinking of a position 4. It's quite flexible for them. They might just end up picking something like a Hoodwink next, and that's it.
Yep, I wouldn't mind a Hoodwink, Dark Willow, techies, heroes like that I wouldn't. Skywrath Mage even as a 4. But if you need a carry, then what is the hero?
It's hard to say, because Fade has been playing some very awkward heroes. Yesterday we saw him on Enigma. So I really am not sure what Legacy would go for in this situation.
Radiant pick.
And he's hiding his whole hero pool. What they go with? They go with a Terrorblade. All right. So very likely it's going to be Inchwind Ranger supports.
Yep.
I like this Terrorblade. I think it's pretty solid actually. Should be relatively not impossible to get this hunter. I say that as I look at 4 people have stuns.
10
But
seconds.
somehow I don't feel like he's ultra burstable by the Monkey King. He'll need to get those hits off, then get the
seconds
bounce
left.
strike. You should be able to get your Sunter off at some point.
The thing is that you're probably going to be picking up a mid laner that can deal enough burst damage right now. Something like a Storm Spirit comes to mind, considering that there's a Pango on the other side. I don't know
Zeus.
if I would... Yeah, Zeus is great, actually. I love that.
Choose
Okay.
your hero.
Oh, is it Monkey King support? Sad man, I knew it! So it's a core vengeful spirit. I wanted to say something like this at some point, but I was like, nah, don't be crazy, Atomo. It's mid
doing it
vengeful
again.
spirit. What?
It's mid-venge?
It is mid venge. Ferrero's their mid, Zor's their offlaner. It's mid venge and carry PA and position for Monkey King. I should have done the Bowie and been like, I knew this was happening.
No. Is that a Bowie or is that an Ottomo and then Bowie is copying you? Who's copying who?
We're definitely copying each other. It's a circle of love we've got going on. All right.
I think I just don't want to be in the triangle of love. You guys have your circle.
Don't you worry. You're definitely not included in the triangle of love. I
What?
mean, you are.
Why?
Hey, you didn't want to be in. All right. When we were
Yeah,
having
but that's what I thought that I'm gonna be included either way. Do you like how I centered my background? Now
It's
let
much
me
better.
go a little bit in the back. My head seems bigger
There
than
you go.
yours, and people are gonna assume that I'm smarter.
They are definitely. They don't even need to assume that. They'll be like, he's smart. He kept his hair. He must be smart. I also moved this. This was on the side. Now it's more horizontal. I don't know if you can see
Is that your library?
No, there's like first there's a lot of books underneath that you can't see because the camera sucks. But like there's a lot of books in other rooms as well. It's not my whole thing. Anyway, for the draft, the big PA, I'm not loving it against the Terrorblade. I know we're talking about burst damage, but Terrorblade has 40
Brooch.
armor. Yeah, I see that. I saw that today. I was playing a pub, and that's what they did. PA bought Brooch, and she just destroyed people. I thought that was a very impressive adjustment. Still, it's not an item you're getting very early either way.
Yeah, definitely not so early on. The PA doesn't want to fight early on anyways, but let's get into the game, then we can talk about our predictions here, Ultimo. Game 1 of Not The Cut versus Legacy will start right now. Legacy on the Radiant Star side, Not The Cut on the Dire side. For those of you that are just joining in, this is the NA qualifier for the Elite League, the close qualifier. Who wins this qualifier is going to the Swiss round of the Elite League, which is gonna be amazing, starting at the 31st of this month with a prize pool of $960,000. Sad man, very sad man here for sure.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, I believe his name would be pronounced as Saad Man.
Yes, but sad man, he's sad man, right? You know.
Wait, let's see. Where is he?
I was making a joke, Ottomo, but
No, because he's half
wasn't
Canadian,
too good, I guess.
half Pakistani. So that would be how it would. SAAD would be like Saad, not sad. But we can always pronounce it in the American way, sad. You know that? I'm like, yeah, there you go.
We're casting the NA qualifiers. We apologize to everybody.
Oh yeah, holy shit!
In NA, it's cool when we're casting Western Europe or something to be like, haha, USA, NA maths and stuff like that. Here, you suck it up. Baseball is awesome, and the football is actually played with your hands, not your feet.
There you
So
go.
that's what we think, guys.
It means don't touch it with your feet. Therefore, it's football. Like, yeah, that's right. It makes sense. Values are 2 for 2. So, decent start for Legacy. I was kind of rooting. I'm not rooting, but I believe Not The Cut comes in as a slightly better team. You know, they have some interesting ideas. This mid-venge, very question mark for me. I thought it might be an off-lane venge. I never would have thought it would be a mid-venge.
You didn't give me your predictions. Are you going with Not The Cut here in game 1?
As much as I believe in Not The Cut being a better team, I think Legacy has just a way more normal draft. I like the Monkey King 4, but it can be very hit and miss. And I don't like this Venge mid at all. And I think PA versus TB is just TB favorite. We'll see. So I'm all in on the Radiant. Okay, not all in, 80% in. 65. 51. I'm 51% on legacy.
That's not fair then if you make a mistake, which is gonna be, yeah, but he was 49% on these guys.
Exactly.
Zora is gonna get smacked by Albino, Zebra, and Fade. Is definitely not having a nice time, whilst the Monkey King is doing some shenanigans with the waves there, but it's gonna cost his offlaner. Maybe not his life, but definitely a ton of regen.
Oh, he's not doing
maybe even his
shenanigans.
life.
Oh god, Zora's dead. Yeah, he's not doing any shenanigans. What he's doing is he's trying to go into the enemy base so that he can start killing couriers. He is between. This is what you usually do. You stand between.
But he doubled the wave.
Yo,
You see?
That's part of the strategy. Come on, man. Work with
Okay,
me.
okay.
Besides, I'm trying to work off the mini map here. There's not much to be able to see, as he's just gonna be in the lane. That's a little bit obvious. Does he wanna the courier or the Pango? Pango. I think that means I know. You know, the Pango just.
Zora is in trouble again. Are they gonna kill the Dragonite? I mean, where's my support? We just want to be looking at the Monkey King and his mischief.
He's just gonna. This is actually kind of bad. I've seen some teams do this. They say, all right, if you're gonna be in our base, we're just gonna make sure that we don't like use the couriers that much. As Giesek, or
Giesek or Jizik?
I don't know. Well, I'm sure some Americans in the chat will tell us how it's done. It's like Giesek, you know.
Jizik. I'm gonna go with Jizik because BNC does get the kill there, and actually they weren't paying attention, so Sadman gets the courier. I've seen some Monkey Kings be like level 2, minute 15.
Yeah.
There was a match that happened like that. I think Bowie, our colleague, who's not doing this tournament, by the way, tweeted about it.
Just say that. You know, Bowie was amazing, but he's not doing this tournament, but he's doing some other.
Yeah, but for so that our viewers are aware that they're not gonna be seeing him here, not that he doesn't deserve to be here. You know what I was? You're just trying to make me feel bad or to make me look bad, Automo.
I can't do that. You look amazing. You know.
Very true.
The only way you can look back is if someone looks at you and closes their eyes, because that would be sad. They should be looking at you and your amazing looks. As
you know what's the funny thing? I'm actually blushing from that, and I know that you are not saying it seriously, but laning phase, it's really bad from the dire side.
I mean, the mid lane is actually not so bad, right? It's like oh god, Scream's taking a few hits, but they're not gonna be able to get the kill off. Decent amount of harass, but PA generally just gonna be okay. The problem is when you play against Red.
He doesn't have mana. He's gonna turn around and actually get a couple of hits on Sandon. He plants a tree and tree saves lives. There's gonna be a shackle shot. BNC going for Ferrero, who dies to the tower shot, but actually Sadman does live. Lil Nick gets it skewered into the tower. He might be dying there, but tries to get Jizik in the meantime. He does die only after the Magnus, so that's not gonna be a big deal. And it's a 3 for 2 on the map, and he actually got Sadman, but it's 2 cores on one side and 2 supports and a core on the other, so kind of even.
Alright, again, it's sad, man. Sad.
Right? Sad, man. Sad, man.
No, now you make it like a long sad, you know, like sad. It's like sad. It has like a
sad.
Yeah, there you go. That's alright. No problem. Anyway, what was I gonna? I'm gonna be like this Monkey King. It works better in pubs than it does in a pro game, because in pro games teams are like, all right, let's just not do this. He's got 2 couriers in 4 minutes. That seems okay, but you'd really like a little bit more impact from your position 4 than just that.
It's the same career though. It's BNC's career that died twice. He's definitely gonna be super mad at Sad guy. Sad man. Is it Sad man? Did I pronounce it well? Did I pronounce it well? Sad man?
Maybe. You can just call him Monkey King.
No, that's not fair, Automo. Zora is gonna be in trouble as they're doing a lot of damage, blocking him with the illusion's fate. Try a good job there. Impetus very unlucky, and Zora will be living through it.
Alright, at least Sadman was able to get, I think, 2 couriers, maybe just 1 courier. He got phase courier, but you're still kind of okay with this. You know, you see the Dragon Knight's got 12 CS, he's being punished. What I'm more surprised by is this Pango versus Venge mid. Can we look at Venge's items? What is he doing that is just crushing this lane right now?
Right? You just buy a ton of... no, actually, he has no stats. He's just rushing the Aghanim Scepter without a single raid band. I expected like 2-3 raid bands.
Same?
Nope.
Or a brace or something like that, you know, something to give him damage, just, you know, 5 branches or whatever, but he is just apparently crushing it through, you know, spamming Magic Missile and Wave of Terror. Is this the counter to the Pango?
Radiant are scared.
Okay.
How does that even work?
Well, in the meantime, mid lane, red just goes. Yeah, that's another thing you can do. Just go close to your base. Make sure you can pick up the couriers. Especially the fact that there's only a mid. Oh, he's level 1. Holy crap!
A swap on red. And it's gonna be jumping from the Monkey King. That's a
Dear
little bit
Lord.
dangerous, especially under the tower. Ferrero is dropping low. He did have that shield from the swap though, but almost dies as Little Nick is gonna be targeted as well. Going for a TP out, will be successful at doing it. Ferrero will be taken down. What a rotation from the engine. Despite this huge CS lead, I don't think it's gonna transfer to the net worth all that much. Up, I spoke too soon. 500 gold ahead of the Pango at the moment.
Yeah, but of the two heroes, I think you can get way more impact from a Pango than from a Venge, right? Like Rolling Thunder is super good, whereas Swap is nice, but longer cooldown. No, longer cooldown, but just less effective, less able to catch multiple people. Sadman, he is fast, and he's just gonna make it out. So if you're wondering what item build, you usually go for something like Boots of Bearing, and you lose the game by the time you get that. So that's usually how you play it.
Okay, we'll see if that works out overall. The
They're
Enchantress is
going.
trying to steal the Wisdom Rune, and let's see, they really need this Rolling Thunder. Gonna be used. Red is not gonna be long, and Sadman gets himself onto the trees where he will die. Lil Nick gets the kill, and this, I mean, it's level 7, he's level 2. It's minute 7, he's level 2. Fade? That's a big dive. With the TP of the Rubik, you can very easily die if you're not careful. They have the Dragon Tail. Terrorblade, of course, is relatively tanky, with the Monkey King coming over as well. Albino Zebra, he needs to help his buddy coming in with the tomato. Where's the smackdown? It's gonna be there a little bit too deep from Fade. A big mistake that costs him.
Honestly, that's massive. Sure, he's top of the net worth still. It's not like it's gonna crushes his game, but Zoro was getting no CS. You know, the sad man was making him a sad man, and that's what we were seeing for the Monkey King, who's just not doing too much to help the Dragon Knight. But now Dragon Knight just gets a freebie kill.
Sadman? A little bit too deep here. He will use the Boundless Strike before he kicks the bucket. Albino Zebra gets another one. Really has been doing a good job on this Enchantress as a stand-in, as Red wanted the rune. Ferrero just gets the stun. It was the Rubik that picks it up. I kind of feel like the Venge could have gotten there first.
Yeah, it's fine. I guess they just didn't feel like it was that important. Venge already has the point booster, so it is just straight up Aghanim's rush.
How do you like it?
I don't. Sorry, do you like it, or are you asking me how do I like it?
I'm not sure. I'm asking you how do you like it. I'm not sure if I like it or not.
It's like when you eat a fruit and you're not sure if it's still good or not. You know, you're like, seems to taste the same, but I'm not sure I love it. As Zor stops for the Lotus.
Why? He's gonna have the Snake Charges and the Healing Lotus, but will die because of the 100%. I don't think that Centaur would have gotten close. RP onto the two of them. What big power shot going through the hearts of both of them, but Scream does get the crit in. Here comes Ferrero with the swap, and now they're gonna be trying to go on Lil Nick with these shields on Scream. The next hit is gonna be a crit, but he has the Skewer, will be able to run himself away. That would have hurt him, but definitely not killed him.
It's fine. I mean, you know, you have Magnus and TB at the top. He trades 1-for-1 support. It's not the biggest deal. As Ferrero, this is another issue I think we might see the Venge struggle with. She can't really farm too fast. This is why this hero is usually seen as a support, or if you play it as a core, you have to do really well in the laning stage. As Sadman, again, the sadness continues.
He is gonna get the ward at least, but at the cost of his own life, so he does get taken down, no issue whatsoever.
The Monkey King pick is not really living up to what we were expecting right now. As it's going to be, you know, first Iron Battle Fury for the PA. She's gonna want to farm. Lynch already has that big creep as Ferrero gets pushed away. Nicely done with the Wild Wing Ripper.
I think the Hurricane is my favorite neutral creep spell, especially early on in the game. It's just so
great.
easy to make cool plays. Zor is going to be targeted in the bottom lane, so that looks like a very dead Dragon Knight. He has been targeted quite a lot. I'm actually surprised he has as much net worth as he does.
Yeah, considering he's what, like 0-3, something like that, or 1-3, because they were able to get the kill on Fade. Not sure who got the killing blow, but he's getting decent net worth for a guy who was sacked from the beginning of the game, basically.
Oh, his tower dies. Whenever I see a pushing hero like Beastmaster, Dragonite, DP being an offlaner, and they lose their tier 1 before they claim the one of the enemies, I think I've never seen a team win like this. It just cripples the offlaner way too much, and without one of the cores, you're in trouble. That's a very early Battle Fury.
That's a
Plot
good
Battle Fury without anything, but still pretty early. Boundless strike on the two of them. Ferrero comes over with the AD rune, doesn't go for a
RP.
Zebra. They want little Nick. RP will be used with the skewer back. Ferrero in a little bit of trouble, in a lot of trouble. At least Scream gets the kill, but they're gonna be losing their mid laner for their trouble. Sad man, he's gonna be running away, getting into the trees. Power shot gets
Well
him down.
done.
Oh, he knows BNC is gonna be coming forward, but he should be able to jump into the trees. The urn didn't do enough damage in time, but it's gonna kill him. He's gonna die. On top of it, now we get a flower on the trees. Wind Ranger managed to bloom something in the dire jungle. That's impressive.
Not only they traded what support for the Monkey King as well as the mid Veg. As we said, Veg needs to start that snowball. You can see the net worth continuing to the bigger gap between her and the rest of the cores. Scream is farming well. That is your best, like the best thing about this game. But you're up against a pretty durable group of heroes, honestly. Evasion from the Wind Ranger, Magnus who's just tanky, Terrorblade's high armor. Like this is not an easy game for the PA to get kills. And you're just not getting a whole lot from the rest of the team at the moment.
And look at how scared Zor is. He is gonna have 2 healing lotuses, but even with that and the double bracer, he doesn't want to continue pushing. And this is just what happens when you don't have a tower. The enemies know that you're not gonna get a backup. He's just dead. I don't know what he's doing. He told me this guy plays a lot of monkey. It seems that in this game in particular, it's not working. Stolen Swashbuckle will be using it to run away. Rubik will survive.
Yeah, you see, you know, you mentioned this to me earlier. You're saying like when something new comes up, it's great for 2 weeks, and then people know how to counter it, or they just forget about it. It's kind of like that with this Monkey King support. It's like it looked good. Oh, red. Nice shackle
Shot, and there's the. Oh, actually, he's gonna get critted twice. Scream. He finds him. BNC focusing on the tower. Not gonna really be able to take it down. Scream gets a double kill, mega kill streak on the PA. Now very close to the top of the network chart. That's a good thing for them, 100%.
Yeah, it was Pango's fault. If he had more MMR, Scream wouldn't be able to crit him twice like that. It's a skill issue, you know?
Yeah. Doesn't even have a Arcana, so yeah, it's definitely a skill issue.
You deserve the double crit when that happens. But it is a nice sign of life here for Legacy, who before that was. They were looking like this could be a pretty bad situation. What is the win percentage actually? Can we get a look at the win percentage, Mr. Observer Man? Whenever you want. Monkey King spots the courier, wants to make sure he hits it between the towers, so he's able to jump after, or you know, use his camouflage.
But what level is this Monkey King? I'm gonna tell you, the win percentage is 64% for the dire side. So Legacy are for the Radiant, sorry. So Legacy are pretty much set to win. Monkey King is level 3, man. It's 14 minutes into the game. They found Zor with Red coming over as well. Look at that. He's literally surrounded by 4 heroes. They made a cross. Because they're gonna bury him, I guess it makes sense. He's gonna be eating a healing lotus, not giving this to the nice ladies next to him, and will be dying to the focus fire. Something that rarely happens when there's a support Wind Ranger. As Sadman, he does steal the Wizard Rune, and he's gonna get RP'd. He'll pay for his sins. The crime of theft will be punished by death.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the end, it was not pointless. Obviously, you should always do that, but they still don't get an advantage out of that move because they trade 1 for 1. He loses his life, and this Dragonite, who he's gonna be support very soon, or either BNC is gonna be a core because BNC is getting a lot done on this Wind Ranger. What's he building into? I think I saw. Oh nope, no Javelin size. Just going straight up Spirit Vessel. I think it's actually on the way. Then he wants to go for the Maelstrom after. I love it. I love seeing supports who can do damage.
And we're seeing a Kanda PA. That is kind of the new thing. Usually we wouldn't want to build crit items on this hero, but actually it makes a lot of sense with the dagger.
True. You know, it's like if you can throw the dagger, you get the crit. It's good, I guess. I mean, it is good. It's good for sure. Just it feels very puppy.
I think Phylactery, as soon as you use the spell, it does the damage. So you do stop the... or did they change that?
Well, I know they changed for Spirit Breaker. It's when you land this charge now. So I'm not quite sure how it works for other people. But I imagine.
I think it works normally when you use it, so you're very good at stopping Blink dagger.
Plans, but we'll know eventually. Little Nick. He is
Cure
being-
away. He's gonna get critted.
Oh, he's got Blink. He's got Blink.
It's fine.
Yeah, he's nicely done. We kind of said this from the start that these are a lot of relatively tanky heroes as they get a kill on what do you call him again? What do we call this Rubik?
Jizik?
Jizik. There you go. On Jizik.
Dire's bottom tower is
It's
under
like
attack.
PA not going for the early Revenant's Brooch, which would be nice actually against all this high armor that you're dealing with. As BNC, is he in trouble?
In a lot of trouble. Yep, opted. Bomb strike did connect. Nice blocks and the swap with the magic missile. Beautifully played.
And I like what we're saying, the tips. He's like, yeah, you tipped me a few times. I'm getting you. As thinks about rolling in, but decides not to. Oh, nice jump.
What was stolen is just gonna be the skewer. He used it there just so not to give the RP to Rubik, who has the Blink Dagger. Ferrero actually has his Aghanim Scepter on the Vengeful Spirit, despite not really having all that much net worth. But I guess 15 minutes in, if you don't have it with the mid laner rushing it, it's a complete disaster. Red might be in some trouble. He already used the Swashbuckle, has the shield crash. Here comes the Magnus with the skewer. Sadman is gonna get brought into the tower, and the Swashbuckle finishes him off with the power shot. Coming forward, BNC going for them. Jizik gets taken down by the Terrorblade on the other side of the map, and now the focus are BNC. This is a support killing your mid laner. He will die. He does have an illusion to play with. Nice crit from Scream. He's still very powerful. Here comes the swap with the stun. We've already seen this with the dagger connecting and the phylactery as well, but the misses are there still. He'll be going forward. Scream doesn't even need the crit to be able to get this kill, and he's gonna be Wicked 6 with Ferrero dropping low. Albino Zebra, he wants to kill that illusion and will be capable of doing so. One more hit. No, actually with one more crit. Scream does save the illusion, but now he might be in some trouble. They don't have many stuns. The boundless strike will save Scream, who jumps to the side. Now gonna be slowing down
Ferrero.
Zor taking a lot of damage. Ferrero will be coming back in a second. He's back. The Venge is there with the swap and with the magic missile. Tries to dodge something. Not gonna be dodging anything. Gets smacked down in the face. Scream is godlike. 9-0-0, putting his entire team on his back.
We were saying this, right? Like Scream's looking like he's gonna have a decent game overall, despite the fact he's up against all these heavy armor heroes. He was farming up a storm, rushes the bow. Fury gets in like 10 minutes, and he's already sitting at nearly 12,000 gold. Is Kanda done? I think something is on the way. Oh dear lord.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a
Well,
hand.
And we got our answer. Oh, Monkey King?
It's fortified.
Okay, I mean, it's a sign of dominance. You're diving the enemy fountain 18 minutes in.
Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
0-11 on the Monkey King, and his team doesn't feel like they're very far behind, honestly. You're taking the answer, is it to the dagger? Because I think it did damage when it landed, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's when it lands on with the throne. Okay, so that's how it applies to basically all the spells. Well, in the meantime, though, sad man, when you are half your team's death as a support, that's not really a bad thing. You know, like, all right, they got 25 kills, 11 of them are on the Monkey King. So what? It's just a support. It's actually better than them getting 5 kills on each of them.
I'm just afraid that, though that would be 25 Ultimo, but I'm
Dire is scanning for
and
enemies.
not 11 on,
Radiant's
you know,
middle tower is under attack.
you get it? No? Anyways, the PA is gonna be very scary in this game. I'm feeling like Revenant's Brooch is gonna be the next item, and exactly that's where he's going with it. This Terrorblade is just gonna get one shot.
Well, that's and there's really not much to Terrorblade you can go for. It's like, do you want to build Eternal Shroud? You know, it's actually there's a decent amount of magic damage. It might not be such a bad idea to get Eternal Shroud in this game. You know, you'll have decent physical and magical damage resist, or sorry, armor, whatever you want to call it. Or you can go for evasion, butterfly. I imagine you can dodge Revenant Brooch attacks if you have high evasion.
I'm thinking you get something to kill this PA. Right? He's not going for a BKB. Get an MKB, RP him, and annihilate him. That's what I would want to see, actually.
Radiant's top rubble.
Terrorblade doesn't like MKB though. That's the big issue. You'd rather have someone else build a break or something like that, because as you just don't like MKB. You might have to get it. I think you're right there. That you might consider going for, but it's just not a good item for the TB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's better than what it used to be, and in this game in particular, it might be pretty good versus the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's overall definitely a solid item, as they found Sadman 0-12, baby.
How did you know he was gonna die?
Because I just saw him kick his ass. And
Okay.
I was like, there's no way he's living through that. We say that every time.
Sacred Relic is almost done for the PA, and level 18. Level 18 is when this hero really packs a punch, and Scream is now 9-0 with 207 CS, so imagine what's gonna be happening when he's level 18 with Revenant's Brooch.
But the thing is, there's a lot of control on the enemy side, so if they are able to just catch the PA for a second, they should be able to burst her down. Then again, you also have Ferrero on the bench with the save, so I don't expect the bench to play too sacrificial. Like, he's going to be swapping only if it's guaranteed the PA is going to die. Whereas if you're supposed to, you're like, alright, he's in trouble. And sometimes they're able to turn it around. Here it's like, nope, you got to jump in as soon as you can. You know, the Wind Ranger might be a big factor in shutting down the PA. Maelstrom has a 30% with procs. It's a true strike hit, whatever you want to call it. That does help a lot against the PA.
For sure. Smoke was used, coming forward, the smoke will break. Ferrero jumps himself out, has a blink dagger on the Vengeful Spirit as BNC is running in. Doesn't find anybody. Nice disengage. Little Nick is not done hunting though.
Sorry about that. Blink on the Vengeful Spirit. So again, more of these utility items that don't give him a lot of stats. But he's done a decent job so far as they found Sadman. And beautiful power shot. Stops him from jumping away.
Yep. He dodged a little bit of damage. He definitely could have done it.
PSC is incredible with that power shot. They are able to get Jizik as well. That's 2 down. You still have the Aegis with you for 2 minutes. We'll see if they want to threaten higher. Wait!
That's a power shot. He's gonna have a blink in a second. He gets himself away. We'll be fine. They know where he is, however, and seem to be running forward. Another power shot will connect, not really doing all that much damage.
Scream is doing what he can to sort of farm a little bit. I think they know he's there. They keep picking the area he's in. And they're like, yeah, but he's
in
here.
trouble.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
He is. Is he? Oh, did they find him? I think they kind of got a glimpse, maybe. No, well, the scan comes out.
Scanning for enemies.
Ferrero, Lil Nick. Nice use of the Wave of Terror, by the way. Prevents him from blinking on top of them, as Ferrero's probably going to be losing his life. Yep. As bad as this looks, wait, why is Scream? He doesn't have a TV scroll!
Oh, Terrorblade? Is anybody gonna find him? Are they gonna check? I'm a blur. It's gonna get broken out. Oh, he goes to the left.
Oh, Lord. No, we might see the creeps also disappear, and then they'll be like, alright. Might be he was walking next to the creeps. He's fine. Okay, there's no one there. There's no one there. And in the meantime, though, they do kill Zor again. This has been a very terrible showing by Zor. Not that he's playing badly, but he definitely doesn't look good in this game.
I mean, he was left all alone. You only have one hero, and it is this PA, and that's too much of a weight on his shoulders to win it. And you could see just how close it was to him dying. Even though he was full HP, they see him there, he's just gone.
Okay, they got Urban Brooch on the PA, but this is a scary thing, because you have no defensive items to survive. If you're caught, you are dead. Monkey King, okay.
Going for the TV, has this under a veil. There's gonna be a skewer onto the 2 supports. The swap is there. Lil Nick, who's gonna get destroyed by the Revenant's Brooch, actually stunned up. Lil Nick doesn't have the RP any longer, will get taken down. Scream, he needs to run, but he has nobody to jump to. He's gonna turn around and try to fight. Here comes the swap. They have the impetus as well as all of these focus fire shots, and they're just not gonna be able to hit him. So he's gonna be fine. And Fane standing his ground, he doesn't lose the Aegis. It's time to bail. You haven't even taken down the tower. This PA way too strong. Stolen power shot by the Rubik. That's one of the best spells. One thing that we've been talking about. Tries to dodge the power shot. Will be able to do it. Going for Zor. But look at the magical damage ripping apart the Terrorblade. Oh, you have high armor. Nobody cares. Crit now gonna be coming out from Scream. Scream, that's the only reason that the Enchantress lives. The sole survivor.
To be fair, they kind of dove for that fight, thinking they can get the kill on Scream. He will... Amazing. Absolutely mind-blowing how this guy is playing right now. They still had to use 2 buybacks on the Rubik as well as on the Vengeful Spirit. Hurts their economy as, again, we see BNC continue to just climb up there. So while it's not really what you wanted on the Radiant side, it's still a victory overall. Next time you kill the Vengeful Spirit, she's dead for a long time. Well, kill her twice at least.
So 7k gold lead, it's still pretty solid for the Radiant side, but this PA is way too scary. Like, look at his net worth compared to everybody else. It is a problem. And if he decides to go for a BKB, and he probably will at some point, how are you gonna be killing him? He's just gonna jump and bring down everybody. Fade, gonna be found. He just came back to the world of the living. The magic missile will connect. Here comes Stream with the magic damage. The bottle strike is there. A couple of crits, he's dead. Nice shackle shot, as well as the gale force, but the swap out. PA will be fine, and now it's time for him to go in. There's the crit. He gets a double red going through BB. Actually, once the kill the Vengeful Spirit, what was stolen is going to be the shield crash on the Rubik. Stun connects on red. Of course, his Rolling Thunder is going to persist, but Zor coming forward. He does get the Dragon Tail. Where's the PA coming forward? They have the Skewer back with the Magnus. They're using the Harpoon as well, with Ferrero running in with his Illusion. Doesn't have a buyback to rejoin the fight with the real hero, but Illusion is going to do just fine.
If Ferrero is able to give his Illusion alive for a long time, that's really mitigates that dieback effect where you're dead for a long time. So he gives like dead 80 seconds, but he has this his Aghanim Scepter, Shadow, crap, whatever that thing is called. This is...
Illusion.
I know, I mean, yes, that's true, it's an illusion. Still, he's doing really well. If he's just going to be able to go and farm and keep it alive, like that is pretty impressive for him. Sad, man.
Okay. Hey, who cares? I have Vlad's. Easy. That's actually a really good item.
I like it. All that physical, the physical damage from the PA and the 20% adds up. It's all auras as well. In the middle of life, so you crit, you suddenly are back to full health.
Aghanim Scepter on the PA is gonna be done. But there's one thing that the PA with the Revenant's Brooch really has to be careful of, and that is blade mails. Now there's one on the Enchantress. I'm guessing there's gonna be a few more. I wouldn't even mind a blade mail on a Terror Blade.
What?
Oh, guess the Monkey King down? He's just way too good.
Dude, BSC is like, I sense him there, you know. It's just like, he walks up, there's a banana peel, he's like, just walk around. Really well played by BNC. I think he's MVP.
You think he slipped?
Yeah, no, he walked out and he's like, there's a banana peel on the floor, someone must have eaten it, must be sad, man.
Dude, nobody ever sees a banana peel on the floor. You always just fall down and then you're gonna be able to notice it. I've watched enough of cartoons to know this.
Yeah, cartoon logic. You don't fall, if you like run off a cliff, you don't fall until you look down. You know, they just keep running and then you're like, oh, I can keep running. Then you look down, you're like, no, wait, I'm on the air. I must fall now. Gravity is kind of like optional at that point.
I mean, have you watched like you know, the sequels of Matrix? Neo flies, right? Because he thinks that he can.
Yes,
that's exactly how cartoons works, and it works in the real world. Guys, don't try it. Don't try it. You cannot fly. Sorry, go within airline company. That's gonna be a bit safer.
Is like in P1 when they're interviewing a jockey and he's like, you can fly, jump out, you can fly, you can do anything you want. And they're like, no, you can't actually fly. He might be
they
flying.
got found. There's a Gale Force. Oh, they lost 2 heroes instantly. Scream is solo winning this game. He gets a triple, almost dies to the blade mail there. A little bit scary. They do bring down the Rubik, but that's an RP and a focus fire for a support. BNC going for a TP out. There's not going to be a Dragon Tail stopping him still. Scream is just doing all the work in the world.
And this is without a BKB. Like, you should be able to still lock him down, but he just jumps on them, destroys them with the con and a couple of crits. The Revenant Brooch adding so much to this. You're up against all these high armor heroes. Armor is irrelevant. And of course, he did have the double damage ruin. So, you know, that does add up, of course.
Amplified damage.
That's what I call it. Double damage.
Which is great when you have the Revenant's Brooch, right?
It's very much amplified. Was Magnus thinking about going for the Lincoln Sphere? Okay, you know, Dragon Tail, daggers, all don't matter. They know. The Link's trying to get the career. They're like, you just know that he's doing that. Roshan, wow, was that instant Rosh?
Did Rosh even die? Oh yeah, he did. Terrorblade block, got it. But speaking of Terrorblade, he is going for a blade mail.
I think if you're forced to buy blade mail on Terrorblade, that tells me what kind of game you're having. You know, this is actually pretty bad for him that he's forced to go for a Terrorblade. Maybe it's enough to keep the TB. Oh dear. Scream, look at that though. I mean, it does work. The blade mail idea does work. It's just, you would rather not have it on your carry.
It is what it is. You have to have it. If
have
they
it.
want to be able to deal with this PA, they need it. It is just a necessity at this point.
Oh. As Monkey King with a moving tree. The Radiant scan. They know they're there, but they were not sure exactly where they were, so they're going to approach from a different angle. You do need an Enchantress. She does output a decent amount of damage right now. In the meantime, though, they're just like, let's just kill Roshan as PA, 3-4 shots it. Okay, a little bit more than that, but still, she does a lot of damage.
It is gonna be dropping fairly low. RP is back finally, so maybe they can get a really good connection. Here comes the power shot, doesn't connect to the Monkey King. Sad man, he is in the tree scouting what's happening. Gale Force will be used. Shackle shot not gonna be connecting. He just dies, and they are going for screen. Rolling Thunder is gonna be there. The RP not onto screen, but he does get taken down without this PA. You're not winning the fight. They're trying to do something to the terrible. He's a little bit too strong for all of you, and you had one hero. Now you literally have 0, even though 3 of them are alive, and they have the Venge Illusion that will die as well. This Dragon Knight is the only one alive, and Roche will be given on a silver platter for the Radiant team. This is just beautiful for Legacy.
This is the scariest part about the dire draft, is that once you only have one guy really dealing damage, and that is going to be, and that's Scream, and they just bring him down as, oh, DC's, whoa. That actually BNC who was using the game. I was like thinking that maybe we're seeing some NA pub behavior here.
No. Again, you're doing it. USA, love us, please.
What?
But wait.
European pubs, I meant to say. The European
exactly.
pub behavior. Very bad.
Exactly. So I think what happened there is that they were just, the BNC probably said pause in Discord, and then they started spamming it, and then he disconnected, and the game paused itself. So that's probably why it started to get unpaused there for a second.
Let's do a bit of an item roundup, see what everyone's building. That's cool. We have 2 blade mails already on the dire side, which you mentioned already. They actually have a lot of dandelion amulet. Is this item that good? I see 2 people
versus the Revenant's Brooch. Yes.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that for a second. Because I was like, oh, you go for armor, but the Revenant Brooch doesn't make a.
Can you explain to our viewers that might not be all that familiar why it's good?
Why the dandelion amulet is good against Revenant Brooch?
Yes.
Because you are able to block a lot of that initial damage. Because if you crit and you do 700, 300 is being removed. So it's pretty damn good for that initial burst that's coming out.
Yep, that is true. When these new items came out, the ones that allow you to dodge some damage, I really needed a lot of time to know which is which. But yeah, Dandelion Amulet is the one that blocks magic damage. What's the cooldown on that? 12 seconds. It's actually not too bad.
I know what you mean. It looks a bit like Defiant Shell, because they're both like shell-ish somehow. But anyway, Red, he's got Basher now, so he's just going to be able to control anyone if he can swashbuckle next to them. And everyone else, nothing crazy there. BNC, he couldn't have the Maelstrom next, and then he's going to go. I like it. I want to see the Maelstrom. I think he's been trying to build stuff for a long time now.
Yeah, he has been having a good game, and then it kind of slowed down because he died in a couple of fights. But now he again is doing a good job and has a lot of net worth in general, so we'll be able to finish that one off. I think he has the money now, and there it is. BNC will be finishing the Maelstrom. Next item, a blade mail. This PA, I'm thinking maybe a Satanic is necessary.
In the meantime, for PA, you think Satanic?
Yes.
No BKB? I don't know.
I mean BKB first, then Satanic. You activate the
yeah.
BKB, you jump onto the targets with the BKB, then once it ends, you Satanic and jump on somebody else.
There's a solid argument that BKB is not going to help you out too much. RP, it's a swashbuckle with Basher. Like that is half your BKB duration, even if it's full. So he's going for it. It's like it's good that you want it, but it's not optimal. Similar to the blade mail with the TB. It's not an item that's going to give you that much value, except when it's of course.
But it is necessary. That's just how it goes.
Exactly. I need it. I hate that I need it. This is basically how it goes.
Sad man?
Sadman.
How did he get out of that? The gale force. It's hard to jump through the trees when there's strong winds
know
like
he's
that.
there.
He is gonna be spotted by the creeps as they want to get him down. He's
They got
still
him.
jumping through, and finally he'll be taken down, stunned for 4 seconds because the trees died first when you go for the skewer. And Sadman will be dying. What is that? 17 times already? Yep.
Ooh, let's not call him out like that. The 017 Monkey King. Again, this is great in pubs. I feel like this is such a good pub hero to do this with, but in pro games, when everyone's coordinating, communicating, they're gonna catch you and beat your ass eventually. Aegis.
13k gold lead. How long? Oh, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on it.
Yeah. So you're not in a rush if you're Radiant. You'd love to go up just when you kill someone. You know, it's like you get pick off, you go for it. Monkey King hasn't really been a huge factor anyway, so what's his 17th death? It's not really going to be a license to go up high ground.
Radiant are scanning for
Especially
enemies.
considering how the last one went. Linkosphere on our... You go ahead.
That's a pretty big one because there's a lot of targeted stuns that you want to dodge.
Exactly. Although I think the best one is just the fact that you can dodge the daggers, right? The dagger comes out, it's going to do this big crit, and you're like, nope, I got Lincolns.
See.
4-man smoke on each side.
Scanning for enemies.
Scream immediately, just make sure that those creeps are, get destroyed as your pickoff potential is on the Magnus. If Magnus can just spot someone, he can blink, skewer them in, and he can just kill someone very easily.
They steal the wisdom rune. There is one on the other side of the map as well, but nobody from Not the Cut is gonna be going there to pick it up. Actually, I stand corrected. Of course, what is the Monkey King gonna do other than steal the wisdom runes and kill couriers?
Oh god, sad man. By the way, Divine Rapier is the idea for Scream here. Why not? You know, you feel like the game is kind of, the walls are closing in, just go for it. And Sandman, he's still like, don't worry guys, I'll kill their couriers for you.
Yep, there's a courier that's gonna die. No, they know.
They didn't ping it out, but I'm guessing that you don't have to just communicate. Like, guys, I don't see him. He's that's probably what he's doing. He's doing his shenanigans. There's another Linkosphere. He's finished on the Rain side. This time for Fade. All of the cores have Linkins. So these random, one dagger and I am die stories, they're not happening.
I now understand why he chose to play the Monkey King, right? It's in honor of Toriyama Rip, because he has been turning into the Nimbus, the little flying cloud, quite a lot. You look at that. Yeah, that's why he went for the Monkey King. I mean, Goku is it's kind of based on Son Wukong, the Monkey King, anyways.
No, that's true. I never really watched Dragon Ball, so I know.
We are friends. We are friends, but you're gonna have to level up your game here.
I was gonna like I have to remedy my ignorance as the ages does expire, by the way. Look, I mean I just never really
Dyer's
felt
bottom
like
tower is
watching
under
Dragon
attack.
Ball. I don't know why. I watched a lot of other animes. It's Dragon Ball. I was like, okay.
One of those things, dude. A lion attacks you on the street, or in the woods, or whatever, a mountain lion. You're probably not gonna be going into a safari all alone. But then you just play the Dragon Ball music in your ear, and then you can beat it up. That's how it works.
Yes. We should be listening to it right now. We should have the Dragon Ball music. I really like the intro song. That was that was a really good one. I really liked it.
Okay, that's the remedies you a little bit, but there will be a smoke. We're gonna stop talking about
Let's
Dragon Ball
go,
because we have a roll or a ball that is gonna be hurting quite a lot. Not bringing you from the dead, but putting you in the ground. Protected there by the Glimmer Cave, will be taken down. Sadman gonna be finding little Nick. Vino Zebra still alive. They lost 2 of their heroes. And Sadman will be the 3rd one on the menu. Zor, he does have the Black Dragon Post Scream. Gonna be RP there, swapped out immediately by Ferrero. That's only his illusion. Swashbuckle keeping Scream in place. Next hit is gonna be a crit. No, not any longer going for red. And there's the crit, but they have the Shackle Shot trying to finish him off. Not gonna be happening. The buyback from the Monkey. Here comes the Skewer. They're gonna take him away from the terribly jumping onto Vino Zebra. Actually, BNC and finishing him off. He's doing everything here. He has that Aghanim Scepter. He's just jumping around like a hardcore ninja. And it will be great in the end for this PA, even though it looked very scary. BKB really coming into play.
Yeah, but it's still not bad. It's not a bad trade for the Radiant side at all. It's 2 for 3, and you force 2 buybacks. So it's, I mean, look, it says they got more gold than the experience, but that doesn't account for the gold that they lost from the buybacks. Or at least, or maybe it does, but I'm seeing the net worth increasing. I'm pretty sure it was like 13, now it goes up to 17,000.
So PA is gonna have the triple strike stifling dagger. Try saying that fast 3 times. And once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, he might just kill the entire enemy team by using 1 spell. It's not out of the question.
I think you said Aghanim Scepter, but you meant Divine Rapier, right?
Yeah, Rapier.
Well, yeah, he can probably eat the Aghanim Scepter upgrade and just take it. Jeez, though, Scream is 19-1. He's like the reverse Sad, man. You know, one of them is 0-18, one of them is 19-1, which is kind of like, you know, 18-0. Very, very crazy game here. I think it's probably very unusual for Legacy as well. You know, they're like,
Do you
oh,
see
this is
the?
odd.
Do you see the item, the neutral item on the PA? It's actually a timeless relic, so 15% increased spell amp, and that means that it's 50% increased damage in general for him.
Who does this? Who does this? Oh well, that's pretty cool. So they find someone, they do find red. Can they kill him? Probably.
Was that a question? He goes for the roll up. He curls up in a ball fetal position. Remembers his mount of the Gale Force with a beautiful shack shot. There will be a swap out while red still continues going forward. He needed more procs there to get the kill on Sadman, the 19th one, as they get the skewer on Zor, getting very deep into their own base. It is a very tanky hero, but ultimately he will be taken down when he's left all alone. Venge next on the menu with a Sproink Albino Zebra gets himself a kill. That is a support Enchantress that is destroying everybody. These supports on the Radiant side are doing so much damage.
I agree. I feel like the sports are carrying in this game. By the way, look at Vengeful Spirit. That double buybacks, the fact that it's a low farming hero. This was a Venge mid, and now she's under the supports from the other side. And they know that Venge just used her buyback. So this could be an option for them. They're going to have to book it. They only got about 50 seconds to go to the high ground. But they have RP.
Rapier done. It's there. This is scary, Automo. How much damage does he have? 800 if I saw that correctly? Yeah, close to... Okay, 700. 700.
At least it's not buffed by the Vengeful Spirit, right? You don't have the aura on you. But the Vlads does help a lot.
The Vlads helps, and then you have the Timeless Relic, so you could say that he is hitting 800 per hit with the Revenant's Brooch.
At least. This could have been saying BNC doing. Look at that, by the way. You see the damage from one dagger and I am die, baby.
Was it a crit? I think it wasn't a crit, as they do find Scream. The RP, they have the bash. He got the BKB off. This is very scary. They have the Abyssal Blade. Will be keeping him in place. You think about jumping in. The crits are there, as he will be going for a blur once again.
Alright, so Rubik is back though. So while this 5 versus 4, your VNC has got no health. That one dagger took about 6% of his health. I don't know, it's crazy to me to see how much respect they have to give Screamer right now. This might not be the bad time to fight if you're Radiant though. As we mentioned, you have a numerical advantage here. As Fate
Gonna be running forward, Legacy stops it. No, it wasn't a good time to fight because Scream just annihilates him. Swordbuckle, the match is there, you're gonna be able to kill. There's the swap, the Boundless Strike actually should be in place. He's thinking about jumping in, but he's way too scared. The Gale Force is not allowing him to escape, and the impetuses are flying, but he wants to hit somebody, he can't do it. Ferrero will be getting the rapier, but he's definitely not as strong with it as his teammate. Still, look at the impetuses. They're gonna be taking down the rapier on the ground. Swashbuckle, where's the buyback from the PA? Doesn't have it. The Terrorblade is back into the fight. He did buy back here without the PA, without a rapier. He cannot fight. There's the bashes. The impetus is flying onto Zor as well. He's not taking all that much damage, but ultimately he will die to the pure damage of Albino Zebra, who's actually level 24, and the rapier is on the ground for the Terrorblade to claim.
Dude, Enchantress was on the low ground, throwing those impetus shots. I'm looking at like he just needs one of them to land, and they are able to kill Scream because of that. Very impressive. Like the support plays have been impeccable from the Radiant side. It's fine Zebra all the way. Raxes are gonna fall, and you're thinking, all right, PA, if you're not showing up, you know, that just means you don't have buyback. So they probably suspect this. They see the Divine Rapier. Probably when someone buys the Divine Rapier, usually don't have enough gold for anything else. As they're going all the way for the throne. bit dicey with 30 seconds, but they do not want playing at speed. They're like, let's just end it right
You're
now.
rapier. You're fine. Rolling Thunder gonna be going through all of them. He's just creating space for the Terrorblade to deal with the throne, with Zor coming in. He wants the Dragon Tail. He wants to stop him. The stun onto the Enchantress. Nobody cares about it. Rolling Thunder, the skewer back. Fade is still gonna be fine with the RP connecting. The throne falls from the power of it.
That was really impressive from both teams, honestly. I think, well, I think so. I say Scream. Scream was definitely very, very impressive on Not the Cut. Like, he was able to do so much on the PA. I think he got like 20 kills by the end of it. Very well done for him. On the other side, the Legacy supports with what we're seeing from Albino Zebra and BNC as well. I think they were dealing with the Scream better than anyone else. You know, we're seeing a lot of shackles on him, the procs from the Maelstrom, the impetus shots, and Scream was like, I hate these guys and I can't jump on them because they got Blade Mail. So very impressive. The Cut kind of had some very odd drafting issues. You know, the mid-venge that really didn't do so much. The position for Monkey King that died 20 times. I think that really limited their chances of success.
Exactly. I mean, but still, it was fun to watch a game like this.
Yes.
And I'm a big fan of Dota because you always have a solution for something, right? I'm going to buy Revenant's Brooch. It is going to deal with the high armor of the Terrorblade and just one-shot him. But then on the other side, I can buy a Blade Mail and that is going to be killing you right back. And then they get multiple Blade Mails, which in the end is a problem for the PA. You can see he jumps in and then he stops mid-animation with the attack because he knows that he's going to die. He jumps out. He goes in again, but everybody has a Blade Mail. It's way too hard. I don't know.
I love it. I felt like this is one of the more fun games to cast and watch because there's so many cool factors coming in with Revenant's Brooch PA and all these weird like picks. So I really enjoyed it. I hope that with the game 2 or possibly game 3 also lives up to this because this was very fun.
Coming into the series, we kind of thought maybe Not the Cut are the slight favorite, but the draft after it, we had a lot of faith in Legacy, and they did get the victory in game 1 still. It doesn't mean that the series is over. It doesn't mean that Not the Cut is getting eliminated. They still have one more shot, but they're backed into a corner. Are they going to roar and fight, or are they going to bend over? We'll find out after the break. The close qualifiers of the Elite League here in NA continue with Not The Cut versus Legacy, the lower bracket series. Whoever loses is done and gets absolutely nothing apart from some great experience. And Automo, we know that experience in life is all that actually matters.
But that's true. You know, you always want to make sure you get as much out of the juice that we've been served. And well, let's hope that Not The Cut can keep their tournament lives alive. Although, you know, you have Nouns facing for you at the end of this tournament, so experience and some 5,715 USD might be all that you get. For now, both these things have to deal with the other one. Whoever loses this gets eliminated. So, you know, that's never fun.
I think we are kind of destroying the fun with just hyping up Nouns like that. Let's just act for the remainder of the day that they're just as good as everybody else. Right, and they're not better, so we're gonna act like that. We don't know if Nouns are gonna win. That's they are one of the favorites, but they might not be that good. The other series, the other lower bracket series that is being played, RLD2 versus Tilted Boys, currently at 0-0 still. I don't know if it has started. Maybe I can get a confirmation from my from our producers, admins, whatever. Because I see on Wikipedia it doesn't state so, but of course we will be getting in the inside info for you guys, and then we will be giving it to you.
Yeah, and to be fair though, that match is somewhat irrelevant to us just because we won't be casting it anyway. But it is of course important for the overall tournament and, well, for the fans of the two teams. As Legacy, they open up with a tiny, flexible hero. Who do they play? They played mostly as a 4, though. It's very unlikely that it's going to be being played as the mid, but you know, that's always an option.
There it is.
You saw it coming, right? You didn't see the ban on the Pudge, and you're like, that's what they're gonna go for.
I love this hero. Okay, so we kind of had our face-off in how many bounty hunter games each of us have. I think here I win. How many Pudge games do you have?
Like maybe 3. I just don't play the hero.
What?
I know. I don't like Pudge. Here it comes. I'm waiting. Look, I just feel like Pudge is not really my type of hero, so I just don't play him. And
so you're too beautiful to be a fat slob. Okay, Automo, whatever you say. I'm kind of okay with being the Pudge.
you know, I was gonna actually say that. I was gonna be like, something about Pudge's body, his aesthetic just does not appeal to me at all. Like, I do not want to play as that particular character. You know,
Okay,
it just
sure.
does not strike me as the cosplay I'm looking for.
Okay, maybe you just have, you know, a very sensitive sense of smell, so that's why
Sure.
you're not too big of a Pudge player. I have 960 something games on the hero.
What's your win rate with him?
Wait, I'm gonna tell you that as well. It's 51%.
Wow, just barely there. And what do you usually play him as? Support or some sort of core role?
Support. Like, nowadays I haven't played him quite some time because he hasn't been pretty viable as a support.
Yep.
But I've had my glory days with the Pudge for sure.
Okay, and land some sick hooks in my time. As not the cut, they continue with their non-standard draft, picking up a Zeus very early. Now, Zeus mid is fine, of course, but not typical. As Pudge as well comes out, I'm thinking if you're Legacy, you kind of want a Pango. Pango feels like he'd be really good. Not great in the lane, to be fair, but later on he can follow the Zeus and make sure Pudge doesn't get a good ultimate off.
Who's the Pudge player? You told me. Who's the Pudge player on Not The Cut?
It's Zor. It's going to be their offlaner.
Okay, that's fine. I was like, if it's Sadman again on a clowny hero that's gonna be doing shenanigans, I was thinking, is he the drafter? But it seems like Ferrero, he's one of those drafters that likes to listen to the wishes of his teammates.
Exactly right. He's like, someone's like, bro, I'm feeling like the carry Zeus. He's like, you got it, baby. Zeus is yours. What do they get? They get the Mars here. Tiny's still flexible, but I do believe that's going to be what Little Nick is going to be taking the Mars. So Red 2 or BNC could still be playing the Tiny here. If I was Legacy, I'd take something for Albino Zebra right now. And they take the Gyrocopter. Okay.
It is a flex between a 1 and a 5 from what it seems. It could be a 4 as well, but I very much doubt that BNC is going to be playing a hero like a Gyro. I'm still thinking it's a BNC Tiny. He definitely knows how to utilize this hero.
Yep.
Going to be fine.
And it's a good, like, I like the Gyrocopter just because you can rocket the Zeus, eventually you catch him. So it's just pretty good to have that. The laning phase as well. If Pudge is going to be off lane, I think this is off lane Pudge, and then this Gyrocopter is going to be 5. So the Pudge comes close, you turn on the rocket barrage, and you shred him.
So I'm a big, like, I've known BNC for quite some time. You know, we play pubs. I think we scrimmed versus. I don't know if he played a couple of qualifiers together, but later on down the line, he literally used me as a secretary, right? So he played with one Serbian guy who would usually sleep in the afternoon, and then they would have a DPC game as no bounty hunter, and then he would message me, "Yo, can you wake him up?" Because I have his number, and then I'm just calling him, "Yo, dude, you're playing DPC right now." So BNC, that wasn't nice, and he never paid me for my services as a secretary.
He paid you by giving you a good story. That's always worth it. And by the way, this looks like it's either going to be a carry Zeus or a support, because we have Puck mid, Kunkka off, or not, huh? I mean, you have Zeus, Kunkka, Puck, and Pudge.
10 seconds.
Oh,
Carry Pudge maybe?
Didn't we see carry Kunkka before? But that was on Legacy side. I believe Fade played the carry Kunkka. He went for Radiance first. It was kind of alright. What is this?
Listen to this, because they have such a great offlane Pudge player. They picked a position for Kunkka so that he can set up hooks with the X in the lane. So you start off with the X hook, then you X hook, and then you do absolutely nothing with it. So I just got excited for no reason, but sure, that can work, right? And this is a perfect lifestealer game. I kind of feel like not the cut are not going through this phase here, because this lifestealer is gonna eat them alive.
It doesn't feel like they're making the cut. That's for sure. On the Radiant side.
But
hey, it was better than what you were working with. Come on.
Dude, I gave you... I just emphasized your joke.
Oh, no, but then means it's usually like the bad sound, you know? It's like...
No.
Yes, it is.
Well, no,
yes,
it's not. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's literally when you go to like a stand-up comedy or something, and then they finish the joke, but
yeah, that's what you can usually hear is because nobody laughs. That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm right, and chat, who is made of extremely attractive people who are very, will back me up.
Yeah, I am in the chat as well at the moment. That's true.
Well, yeah, I was referring to you as well. Oh.
Anyways, the Ember will get banned out. That would be a pretty solid hero versus the Puck. Out of all the Spirit Brothers, he does the best. If this, I mean, I don't even know if we're seeing a mid lane Puck. That's how crazy this drafting is. I can't even wrap my head around. I'm gonna guess it's offlane Kunkka with Pudge and Zeus being supports, because that would make most sense to me.
I was hoping to see the Pango. We mentioned before, but looks like it's not coming. So Puck is gone. Quap is in the pool. I won't want to be Quap in this game. Ember is banned out. Pango is banned out. Red does play
Dragonite is in the pool.
I was gonna say he is in the pool, but you also have Huskar. That's something that Red plays a good amount of, as well as the Leshrac, but Leshrac is banned. So.
What about you just pick something like a Skywrath Mage right now, and you put a tiny mid versus the Puck? I think that kind of makes the most sense.
I wouldn't mind the tiny mid, and you pick something else, because we've seen the tiny mid do really well against the Puck in the past, so I would like that as well. No, they go for the Dragonite. You called it. You're saying Dragonite's in the pool. Just go for it. So not the cut. We expect that they want to carry. There is a Meepo, but it's not the best Meepo game. Scream plays a lot of Meepo, faces Void and Morphling. 2 of them are banned, so do you want Meepo?
5 seconds left.
Some percentage-based damage would be nice versus Dragonite, Lifestealer, Mars. You're playing against all of these strength heroes.
Yeah. No, I agree. I just don't feel like a Meepo bursts them down fast enough. Maybe the Dragonite, but the Mars and the Lifestealer, just like, you can do God's Rebuke, push them away. I wouldn't want a Meepo.
What about a Slark?
not bad in these long fights. Like I wouldn't mind the Slark so much. The laning phase, though, you're up against Mars Tiny, which is and you're pretty low health. You go in, Spear, Avalanche, God's Rebuke, Toss. Like these can bring down Slark, so I don't like it for that reason. But I like it later in the game when he has a bit of levels and stats on him, but not the laning phase. Of course.
7 seconds.
Zeus carry. Zeus carry.
This here's where you choose
That's
your hero.
not bad actually.
Not bad, but in the later portion of the game, the lifestealer is a
Oh,
problem to the Jagger in general.
It's
It's
a
gonna
five-
be mid lane Pudge. Let's go.
5 Zeus, position 4 Puck. Sadman, he is definitely got his own hero pool. I've tried playing position 4 Puck at some point. It's not bad, but it's also not good. And you're always one step away from just feeding a chain feeding.
How much MMR did you lose recently, Automo?
I've lost 700 recently. I actually lost. I actually
have
lost
you
1.3 and I got back 600.
Okay, that's okay. Then that's fine. But so you're getting it back. It's way too easy. You
Yes.
dropped 1,000 MMR and now you're playing with noobs and you're like, yeah, let's go smurfing. But have you played Puck in that 1.3k MMR loss?
No. That was that
A
was
long
the
time
tilt
ago?
queuing. No, yeah, a while ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. So it's been a long time.
Okay.
But he's elusive, which I like. It's just that if you catch him, he's very easy to burst down, which is standard support stuff, but even more for the Puck, who even as a core is just like made of paper.
I don't know. I don't see this as a good Puck, but it's
I
better
don't
than
think it's
going
good
into
either.
the mid lane versus the Dragon Knight. Then again, the Dragon Knight is gonna smack the Pudge as well, right? You have more armor. You're just gonna be right-clicking him in his fat belly, and at some point, you're gonna be making an incision.
Oh, I just realized you can always coil and hook people, which is, woohoo! Yeah, we got it.
But what if they move during the coil?
Well, they shouldn't. That was just rude at that point. But overall, I'm gonna go with Legacy again. If they're coming in, they're playing these much more standard drafts that seem to make sense. They don't have a position 4 Puck or a position 5 Zeus. The cut's coming in to confuse, but it's not working out at all.
Yeah, I feel like not the cut is coming in this series to have fun, and Legacy is
Yep.
coming in to win.
Yeah.
And that's in general how I feel. Plus, I have a lot of faith in this Legacy lineup. I feel like they could go the distance.
Well, oh yeah, we're supposed to pretend that Nouns doesn't exist. Oh yeah, I think they can go all the way.
And I said the distance, not all the way. That
Isn't the
man,
distance
he is gonna be.
I think the
Go on.
distance applies all the way though. I'm not a big fan of the way the lanes are gonna work out. By the way, it's like Zeus and Juggernaut. That's not a very strong lane, especially when you're up against the Mars and the Tiny. Does he spot it out? He needs to be careful here, and I think that the hook.
30 seconds.
He's actually just gonna be running in.
Kill him before.
There's the avalanche onto the 4 of them. The hook will take him back, and with the hero of 0 armor, he's just gonna die. They leave it to the Juggernaut. Scream! He was crushing in the previous game, and his team's like, yo, you're the only good player, dude. Let's give everything to you.
Well, no, he's the best of these great players. That's what they're feeling like. And let's see, Juggernaut this game.
Battle
He's
starts.
good against the Mars Arena. He's not bad in the laning phase just because you can skip a lot of damage. Although the combo still kills you, just a bit hard to pull off. But later on, I don't think he's that great against what you're playing against. We'll see. Wait a minute. Are they swapping roles?
Yes.
No wonder. Okay. It's Pudge 5, people. That's even worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah?
No, then a Puck 5? No, I'm sorry. I just disagree with that, Automo. And Puck is gonna suffer in the mid lane, but I'd rather see a Pudge 5 than a Puck 5.
This is how you know the team is doing well, which is midway through a series, they start swapping roles. And it's not like carry and mid, which we saw them, like Miracle was able to do with Matu. This is like position 5 and mid. That is... Okay, we'll see how it works out.
We'll see overall. Probably he can do a good job. Maybe he said, guys, I'm kind of sick of being 0-18. Can I play the mid lane? He has 1 CS. Ooh, that's kind of showing that he is not really a mid lane player and he's playing the worst matchup in the world.
Yeah, this is not ideal at all. So top lane is going to be a position for Zeus. I do like the position for Zeus. I don't like the 5 Zeus. I think the 4 Zeus is actually legitimately good. You're also up against like Gyro, Lifestealer, but you have Kuka with you, so it's okay for the Zeus. He does take level 1 Lightning Bolt. That's very mana inefficient. You actually harass way more with Lightning Bolt, with the Arc Lightning, because it's way cheaper. But he was forced to take it for the mini stun so they can kill the Tiny. So I know why he got it, but it's not ideal at all.
125 for 120 mana and 85 for 75 mana. I mean, it's close, Ultimo. It's not that...
The 3% health as well adds up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You can also use it to like get those ranged creeps, harass two heroes at the same time. Like there's way more value in it that way.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I just kind of remember the old days again. Boomer Dota. When you would always start off with a lightning bolt and the support. Zeus Ferrero gonna be slowed down. Nice body blocks by Scream. Will be stopping the kill on his Spudge and uses the healing ward, which will be allowing his support to get a lot of his HP back even without using the salve. Oh, nice hook! Really nice. Little Nick will be killing the healing ward, dying in the process. However, Tower is doing a little bit too much. Scream gets a second kill. 2 kills on the board, and he has both.
Not bad at all. I mean, Scream is having the best time on his team so far. In terms of CS, those 2 kills as well. As Ferrero, wow, BNC just smacks him. No armor.
Yeah, same is true for the Tiny, but when you use the Avalanche, there's no spin. There's actually nothing that you can do about it. He wanted to slow him down and then hook him. It was available, so it looked like they could kill the Tiny, but 1 versus 2, he actually gets the kill.
Very impressive. Yeah, I played a lot of support Zeus, so I have strong feelings on this matchup. As Fade, he is quite low here. We'll definitely be forced to. I don't know if a tango is enough. Might need to bring in a salve actually, or at least borrow a tango from your friend.
It is still a lifestealer. A couple of hits on the creeps and under the tower region. You're gonna be somewhat okay. And he's still going to be farming quite well under there. Albino Zebra just going to be pushing them back, taking some damage for his buddy. And you see, Fade is no longer in that critical HP territory where you're afraid you're just going to die.
Yep. I think that was probably another hook that landed. BNC though, he's in next to the rod, so he can't run away. This bottom lane, I didn't think it would go 3-1 in favor of the Radiant. You know, lucky.
Yeah, dumb creeps just running in front of the hook. That's not what they should be doing. Actually, even though there was a bad start in the first couple of waves, Sadman is actually doing a really good job storing to stop Albino Zebra, and nice jump away from Zeus, slowing him down. In the process, Fade gonna be running forward as the Rocket Barrage is a spell that you have to be afraid of. There's the Lightning Bolt, 1 more hit. Fade pushing aggressively. There wasn't a Tidebringer, he would have died. Ferrero kills BNC on the bottom lane, so at least something for them. The other support also very low, but for now will live.
Again, just continues to be those hooks by Ferrero getting the kill. And he's maxing Lightning Bolt on the Zeus, feeling like it does give you the best sort of kill potential in the lane. I don't know exactly, but he knows what he's doing. You know, he is like the guy who's actually in the pro match. And he's also a Grandmaster Zeus, so very impressive. And Sadman has recovered. He's 25 and 4 to 27 and 5. That's not much at all.
Orb of Corrosion coming forward, doesn't have the rage, can't dodge the torrent, and Kunkka will be able to run away. It's so sad that Lifestealer doesn't have the boots, but if he gets the hit onto the Kunkka, the slows are insane from the Ghoul Friends in the Orb of Corrosion.
That's all he needs, like 1 hit on you and you're gonna be dead. Zeus can at least jump away. This is a big problem with Zeus support, by the way. You have mana issues like crazy. If after you get Arcane Boots, it's not gonna be solved. So he is kind of ineffective because of that. You have to either buy a lot of clarities, or you just be like, oh, it's okay guys, I'll be more useful when I hit level 6. Oh, how much actually nice.
Man. No stun on the Dragonite though, so he's gonna be fine. There's the hook. Ferrero is a god on these, and underneath the tower with 0 armor, even with high HP, 1100 to be exact, it's not gonna be enough. And actually the tower shot gets the kill there on the high ground.
Imagine if they didn't have these 5 kills from Ferrero. They would be so behind, but because of the net worth, there's barely any difference between them. He is Very impressive on this patch. We did not think it would go that way for them. As sad man.
Nice silence. The rune is still there. It's gonna be the AD rune. He doesn't really have all that much mana to work with, but the coil is available. So Dragon Knight pushing the tower is not gonna be too easy at the moment. The hook is there, and with the AD rune, he's just dead. The coil was used, nowhere to run. He's standing his ground, and very soon he'll be taken down. Red, he didn't skill up his ulti. He is saving the skill point for some reason. Now Zor gonna be caught. The blood grenade is there. Slow down from the tree toss as well. They go for the rage. Doesn't care about the torrent. Doesn't care about the X. The torrent they should care about a bit, but he's still gonna be taken down, surrounded by 3 heroes.
I'm excited to see what he builds on the lifesteal. This doesn't seem to be like a Radiance game. You know, like I know he's going for Ahmed, but maybe Deso is actually good enough. You're up against like heroes you should be able to melt down with just a few hits, whereas the Radiance damage is kind of like not ideal. You just want to burst someone down. As Pharaoh does get the hook off again.
Doesn't get the wisdom rune, however, and Tiny's doing so much damage to the Zeus. They actually get the kill. Why are you running away with the Tiny? He could have saved his buddy for sure. Maybe killed Ferrero in the process, but BNC runs away like a coward.
I like a pro player, you mean? So he was maximizing his efficiency. He knew he was 100% dead. That's how it works. In the meantime, little Nick, or as chat's calling him, Big Nick, he does go for the wisdom and he gets it himself. Zor, nice body block.
Slow down quite a lot. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There is a rage on Fade. He's gonna be using it right now, and without the torrent slow and the stun, this Kunkka is dead. Even with the healing Lotus, he won't be able to live through this slow. It's just such a slow and painful death. You know that you're dying, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
Yep, I've had this happen a few times where you're like, why am I dying? How am I dying? It's just life so hitting me, and you're like, yeah, that's it. You have a TP, you don't have a stuns, you're over. Sadman is Gesek was able to pick up the illusion ruin. Sadman is pretty low.
Has to be very careful, especially with the Dragon Knight. Come over, dodges, breathes fire at the last possible second. He doesn't only have a cool set, he's making cool plays as well.
He is. #1 net worth. Remember, this is the position 4 of the tournament. Finally, he's like, I've had enough. I'm playing mid.
Versus Dragon Knight as well. Right, it feels like you know, one of those situations where you go into the PC game club with your friends, and then at some point you say, yo, you don't know what you're doing, I'm gonna be playing mid right now. That's I'm getting that kind of a vibe from not the cut as a team.
To be honest, Sadman is the highest ranked. I don't know what Ferrero's rank is because he's hiding it, but Sadman, he's dead. I was gonna say he's ranked 97, which is very impressive, but he's also underground, less impressive.
Yep. I mean, what is super impressive is that he was versus the Dragon Knight and he is this high net worth. Look at the rocket barrage, almost killing the Zeus. He does survive in the end. That's a Dragon forward the hood again. Ferrero gonna get stunned up, doesn't get the member off. Scream taking a lot of damage. We're gonna be going for the Omnissiahs, doing a decent amount of damage, especially with Zeus coming in the vicinity. Scream will be getting a kill. Actually, it's Ferrero with the rot that finishes him off. Going for a hook, this time around a little bit off the mark.
They get a D-ward off on Gisik as well, but they lose the Tiny, so not the sequence of events that you were hoping for the Dire side at all.
I mean, they did bring Scream into it.
I think you're happy to show up there and give your team a double kill for the enemy supports. So Juggernaut, he is going to go for Maelstrom as well as a casual Windlace. I like the casual Windlace. Movement speed is one of the hardest things to get in Dota 2, and Windlace gives you a decent chunk of it, half a boot basically.
I mean, you need to have boots so they can tie them with the lace. I kind of don't like that it works without the boot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
4 out of 10 joke.
As the Kunkka will continue farming. They're gonna get the hook and the dismember onto the Mars. The spin is there as well. Lilnik is a little bit too tanky. He has the arena. Gonna be using the Gauzy Reek as well. Actually, Scream is surviving quite a lot. Spear onto the edge of the arena, but it will expire. Avalanche onto the totem. Ferrero just running forward. He has the hook right now. Doesn't want to use it on BNC with Fade coming over. There's the movement speed from the Rage. He just wants one hit. But there is a heavenly jump. Jizik is actually baiting in quite a lot here. Into Scream. Fade coming forward. He has the infest, so he can maybe save himself. Gonna be going into BNC. Oh, that probably feels very good about Ferrero. He kills Albino. Zebra now coming out, and they finish off the Juggernaut with the Avatos combo. BNC gets the kill. Just like in the previous game, he's a nuisance to the enemy team.
Yeah, particularly the enemy carry. Very nicely done in the end, getting the kill on the Juggernaut. As yeah, on the other side of the map, they use the gyrocopter, so it's not like they're not getting anything here on what's it called, Legacy. So I got a message just as I was talking. Some people were complaining about the stream, but hopefully it's better now.
But not for long.
We have an amazing production team behind us, so we know that everything is going to be fine, and we just need to do our job, do what we can here, and that is give you guys the best possible entertainment that we can. 1K gold lead for Legacy, not the cut. They're doing okay here, but to be honest, if those hooks weren't landing as much, it wouldn't be this good. And I have to say it is Ferrero doing an amazing job, but it's also the other side not being really used to it.
Yeah, I agree. It's the same thing as when you play against Disruptor and you keep in front of him a few times and you're like, all right, I forgot he can do that. Zora has been really like just abandoned in this series. He's again 3.5 thousand gold only. Jisek is in the first game it was Monkey King support leaving him. This game is Jisek on the Zeus, who's fairly greedy. You know, he's not really focusing too much on helping him out. His level 6 on the Zeus, always a nice feeling. Now you can actually have global presence. You can tell your team, you be aggressive and I'll help you out.
Yep, and Thunder God's Wrath is nothing to be underestimated. It can very easily kill you. Though there's a lot of HP on the heroes on the Dire side, so it's you can deal with magic damage somewhat.
It does percentage damage, so more health is more damage.
Yeah, it does some.
It's pretty good overall. I like the way the spell is. He's going for Phylactery first on Zeus. Again, very pub build.
And what would you get? It's just the build for the Zeus. It's the best item for sure.
I disagree. I think, and I know he's a pro. I'm sorry to disagree with him, but actually you can get a lot out of a first item for staff. You have so much mobility with the jump. You can actually save allies as well. Bot lane, they might have Juggernaut.
Spear into the arena, Dragon Tail as well. The hook is there. He says, kill me as well, kill me as well. This time around, the hook connecting is not going to be a good thing. Here comes the homing missile. We see you. It's going to follow you till we find you. He's going to be letting out his stench. But they will be burying underground, so he's not going to be getting all of that dirty stench onto the enemy heroes. And they bring down the safe lane of not the cut. So a 3K goal lead. Things are starting to look grim.
They are, and this is a draft that really needs to be snowballing on the Radiant side because your supports, they are kind of awkward to use when they're behind. They do get a kill on Albino Zebra, so that's nice for them. And Lifestealer, he's going for the Radiance. I don't love this in this particular game, but it definitely has its value. As they also are able to steal the enemy bounty with BNC. Amazing performance this series.
Hook, Dragon Tail, Red trying to run away. The X won't allow, but here comes BNC from the other side with the Avalanche, and the Lifestealer is inside of them. These three tanky heroes, you need to kill them. Red will be dying to the Thunder God's Wrath as Ferrero trying to run himself away. BNC with right clicks not going to be enough, but Fade's right clicks are going to be. Here's the Omnistar. Fade going to be taken down by the Juggernaut as the Mars is wanting the jumping. Not going to be happening. BNC at least gets a kill before he kicks the bucket. It will be a 3-for-2. Whilst you could have just let your Dragon Knight die, but this kind of turns the game around.
It does. Look at the net worth difference. You know, you only got 400 on the Dire. Radiant walks away with almost 2,100 gold. Very happy with how that happened. And you know, you don't have your Mars, you don't have your Gyrocopter. You just can't take these fights at all.
Yep, it's very hard to do so, but it's also nice that Zor did live through it. Finally, the Skunka is going to be getting something going his way.
Yeah, he's been sacrificed way too much. Little Nick, he has the Yule Scepter, very similar to the Amar build, where you just go Yules first. It solves your mana issue, so you can actually use your spells as much as you want, instead of like taking your time farming. You can see spamming God's Rebuke, spamming the Spear when he needs to. Oh, they got Sadman.
Dragon Tail, have a toss. He's alive. He'll be able to survive through this. Actually got the coil onto red. They have the dismember. Here comes the Mars with the arena spear as well. Connects onto the puck who just jump in. It will be dying because of it. But here comes the boat. And Lil Nick will be caught by it. He has the Yules to protect himself, so he's not going to be taking any damage. They bring down the Zeus as well. Now a toss in onto Zor. Here comes the rocket barrage as well as the blood grenade, slowing him down. The spear only doing the damage, not latching him onto a tree. He'll be fine. He has the axe onto Albino Zebra. The hook is available. And they get him into tier 2. Very hard to survive. He's actually standing his ground and fighting. Come on!
So tanky.
Fight me if you can. Somebody stop me. That's what Albino Zebra is going to be saying as he continues to rain down with the rockets out of the enemy, surviving through the hits on the tower barely. Juggernaut very low on the other side of the map, so he cannot come in to assist, but the puck and the Zeus are back in the world of the living. It's time to bail.
Radiant are scared.
Yep, and Zeus is gonna have his ultimate available as well, so he can't go around with too low health. The gyrocopter, he's walking around with a mech and like Seeds of Serenity, Magic Wand. Like, it's not getting anything crazy. It just feels so hard to bring down. This hero is he's very durable. Surprising.
Very durable. I didn't expect him to survive the tier 2 all that much. 16 minutes, usually when you get hit by a tier 2 4 or 5 times as a support, you just die.
By the way, I'm surprised he's not rushing the shard, sorry. Oftentimes you see like it's a big power spike for the gyrocopter, you just rush it when you can, but he's not doing it in this particular game. Okay.
I like his build though. A sustain is something that you want. If the fight is long and you're not dying to the Omni Slash, spells from the Zeus and the puck, you survive through all of it, you're actually gonna be able to gobble everybody up. So I'm okay with the build.
I think it's fine as well. I understand why he wants to stay alive, because he's sort of just running in with the rocket barrage, so that's why I want to do Ferrero. And they spot him out, and the Infest comes out, and they blink away here with red 2. What's he going for? Orchid! That's going to be tough for Sadman. He's going for Blink first, so he has no way to remove this Orchid silence when it's on him.
Mjolnir on the Juggernaut though, so finally his Omni Slash is going to be doing a massive amount of damage. I can't wait to see just how much he can do. This Dragonite really isn't all that tanky if you account for that. This Tiny, he did buy his Blink. Even if he dies, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. They use 2 of their ultis and bring him down with ease, but he does have a Blink Dagger and will be using it once he's back to World of the Living. Speaking of, puck finishes his.
Oh, nice spinning time.
Yeah, but he kind of hesitated there on red. He didn't get the stun immediately. There's the Omni Slash now with the Mjolnir doing so much damage. Actually, not enough to get the kill. They get the silence onto the Leicester and finally bring him down. Zor still alive. He doesn't have his boat. Albino Zebra next on the menu. This time around, he's not feeling as tanky. And you only have 2 heroes left on your side. The 2 tanky boys survive, but the other ones are all dead.
Interesting move there. Trying to sort of start the fight. They really commit to killing your Scream, but to his credit though, he was able to get the ultimate off immediately once the spin was done. Otherwise, that fight would have gone very differently. So Scream, proving that his performance was no fluke in game 1. He's the best player on probably the whole game, honestly.
But still, that was the Dragonite's mistake. Like, how can you jump in on somebody and not get the Dragon Tail off instantly? That just cannot happen.
Well, he can do it. Right? It's like, hey, just watch me.
Red and BNC there. The Blink Buddy is gonna be jumping in onto the puck. Have a toss combo. Is it enough for a kill? Yes, it is.
What do we have in terms of items? By the way, Pharaoh's got the Glimmer Cape, so it's going to be nice to help his allies. And he's going for the Shard next. So Pudge is going to be a saving machine here. One by turning people invisible, and then the other one's just like, oh, you want to hit him? That's not happening. Zor is not going for the standard water park build. He adds a Spirit Vessel before that. Pretty solid, although both the DK and the Mars will get like some ways to remove it. Mars already has a Yule Scepter, so not going to be seeing too much value out of that Spirit Vessel, I feel.
It still helps, right? And he was having such a bad game, so you kind of didn't have a choice. You would be very much useless for a long period of time before you get your water park. And even then, you know, there's gonna be a rage on the Leisler, and he's kind of the one that you want to control the most, probably.
That's true. You wonder if Agams is even that worth it in this game in particular, but we'll see. BNC, what's he gonna go for next? After you get the blink on Tiny with the phase blitz, probably Yules, but at some point they might consider going for an Agam Scepter because they're like, I hit hard, I want to hit even harder. Smoke.
The Sliceler's farm has slowed down
significantly. He does not even have the Radiance yet. And I think they want to try and catch him. Or where are they going to go? Left or right, Zor? He goes left.
Smoke to smoke. They know there's no Thunder God's Wrath. They probably expect enemies to be here very close to each other. The tension in the air. Leicester has to be careful not to get caught. But if he gets the rage off, it's gonna be fine. They found Sadman. He doesn't get stunned up. He will be getting the coil off. And actually, Juggernaut going onto the creeps, but they get close to those creeps. They say, yo, cut us up. We want to die. As Red going forward, they want to get the puck. They get the silence off. Here comes the boat. It is gonna be protecting him. Juggernaut in a little bit of trouble. Can they bring it down? Scream is dead finally, but it is costing you so many heroes. Maybe Fade can turn this one around. He's being dismembered at the moment. Will be drowned in the river from the Kunkka. This water is just being brought everywhere, even without the Aghanim Scepter, and you only lose Scream. The start of that fight, it was so bad for the Dire side. I don't know why they committed.
Right, they're trying to go on the puck, they couldn't catch him. The Omni Slash comes out, you're like, oh boy, that ain't looking good. Really unfortunate for them. And I think this is the first time, this is the first time Network advantage has been the Radiant side the entire game. And they're sitting at a 70% win rate. You have Zeus support. Usually a weak hero at the beginning, but he gets stronger and stronger. You have the saves on the Pudge right now. It's looking a bit tough for the Dire side. And again, I do not love the Radiance build on Fate. I want him to go in and slice someone's face off, not burn slowly.
That would be fine. I mean, I was okay with the Radiance when he started going for it, but the thing is that his farm slowed down so much that now he just doesn't feel as strong. But I still think a very, very strong Lifestealer in this game should be able to win it.
We'll see. It just hasn't looked like this game so far. What's Juggernaut going for? He's going for the Manta. Not a whole lot to dodge in this game, honestly. Like, hard for you to dodge the Avalanche or the Dragon Tail. Like, you can use it to sort of confuse them, but most of the stuns are, they're gonna land if they're thrown out at you, basically.
Would you rather get like an SNY in this game?
That might not be such a bad idea, actually. We'll see. He might go for... Oh, wait, he can't go for SNY now that he has the Yasha's used for the Manta. But it's not... There's nothing bad with it, by the way. It's just like... It's not going to help you out too much most of the time.
Puck has a Sanjin Kaya, so he's definitely not going to be that easy to bring down with all the silences and stuns that you have. You really need to put a lot of emphasis if you want to kill him. And committing onto that one hero is always going to be scary when the Pudge has a shard, and with the Dismember he can save his buddies. Of course, no lens just yet, so it's very low range at the moment.
Double Philosopher's Stone on the Radiant supports. Only the Gyrocopter has on the Dire side. It's fine. It's not the biggest deal here. As... no real item progression on Legacy since the last time we saw him. Seems like they just got the same items with the addition of the Radiance.
So a 2k gold lead. It's not insurmountable, but the Juggernaut is stopping the network chart. Scream. We saw what he could do in the previous game. He didn't win, but Juggernaut is a different beast than the PA. In some games it's better, in some games it's worse, but it's definitely harder to mess up in the later portions of the game. You use your Omni Slash, and the enemies and you just pray for the bounces.
And they're also they don't even pray to kill this Roshan. They're going to be bringing down fairly soon. And Juggernaut has that weakness of like, oh, we can just burst him down, we'll be fine. That's not happening. That's Albino. Zebra, does he have the shard? I haven't looked at him for a while. Gyrocopter does not. This would be a good time. This would be a great shot for him to get. He does get it. Big power spike for the Dire side, but it comes at the same time as the enemy gets Aegis, so you can't really utilize it.
There's a BKB on the Mars as well, so they might decide to fight. The goal lead that doesn't exist any longer, so the game is pretty much even if you don't count the Aegis by BNC.
Yep. Yeah, it's fine. It is only the Thunder God's Wrath is used, and the coil as well, but from what we've seen from Nandika, they aren't able to sort of really utilize these pickoffs. Well, not sorry, these cooldowns on the other side.
So Fade is going to be working towards an SNY himself on the Leicester. He's really not going to be doing all that much damage, as Albino Zebra is 100% dead here. Surrounded by two heroes, the hook will connect, and Sadman will be getting another kill going his way.
He did push out the lane a little bit, so that's kind of nice, but it's hard to look at that as anything more than just really a beat. So... a little bit of an oof there. They want to waste as
That
much time
doesn't
of the
feel good.
Aegis. No, it doesn't feel good. They want to waste as much time of the Aegis as possible. There's still 4 minutes left. So losing your life to make some time off doesn't feel good. Little Nick, the hook. You can't just walk in a straight line like that.
Can he miss a hook? Like, it used to be... Oh, actually, this doesn't leave the Juggernaut all alone. He has the Manta to send him away. Avalanche will connect. He's already on the high ground. Way too scary to go for him as his team is connecting. Has the healing ward, and it is time to bail. This Dire lineup, it's not working out at the moment because they really shouldn't be this far behind. Especially not this distribution of farm between their heroes.
And with the way the lane phase went, looked like it was going pretty good for them. But what a pretty massive turnaround here. Fade, he's thinking of going for the Aghanim Scepter so he can get the disarm off. If Omni, I'm going to ask you, but if Juggernaut's disarmed, I still think you do your Omni Slashes, don't you?
If it cannot be purged, then no. No, you don't, right? The thing is that the Omni Slash purge is everything, right? So then even if you get disarmed, you go for the Omni Slash and you start cutting them up. But, I don't know the interaction, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the interaction either. I've never really seen Omni Slash that does no damage, but maybe we'll see that in this game. Gyrocopter, I'm surprised not considering going for the Guardian Greaves just because it gives you that nice bit of extra armor and health regeneration when you go low, but he's like, nah. Useless item at this point. As towers are falling for Dire side. Mid tower as well as the bottom tier 2. And they're knocking on high ground right now. You gotta go and defend your base.
And Aghanim Scepter is being delivered to the Kunkka as well, so there is gonna be the Torrent Storm available to Scream. He puts down the healing ward, just stands his ground. He knows that the tower is really not gonna be touching him, and whoever jumps to kill this is just instantly gonna die. They did cut the wave there, but another one is coming either way, so you're gonna be fine.
DNC, he'd love to be able to catch someone, throw them away. Ferrero, he can miss, ladies and gentlemen.
He is gonna get silenced up. The spear connecting as well. Tidal Wave trying to bring them out of the arena. Not gonna be happening. Here comes the boat. A little bit too late. Buyback from the Pudge. Wants to go in. Torrent Storm. Doing a little bit of problems for Albino Zebra. He does have the mech. There's the Thunder God's Wrath. Nice save from the Lifestealer with the Infest. It might be enough to save him. Another Tidal Wave. And finally, they do bring him down there. Puck with the phase shifts with the shards. Finishes him off. He's now on a mega kill streak. No creeps on them, but they will be able to bring down the ranged Raxes.
Melee Rax might be a different order here. Although I do believe that Ferrer is escorting a creep wave here.
Nah, look at where it is. It's very far back.
Oh dear. A nice move by Big Nick as BNC actually gets hooked in. So while you're not able to get this melee Rax, this nice kill on BNC, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't really change the game. Little Nick doing what he needed to do in that situation. Good move by the Mars.
Yep, understanding the dangers of those creeps getting into the base and you losing a full lane of it. A 6k gold lead right now. So I don't know, how does this look to you? What are the chances of the Dire side to win this series with a 2-0, or do you think that it's more likely that we're actually going to be going into a decider? What's with the damage on the Lifestealer?
We're looking very likely that the decider is coming. I don't know why Fade isn't thinking about the BKB, by the way. The silences on the enemy side have been pretty brutal. But the Aghanim Scepter, you know, he's going for Aghanim. I was like, no, this is much better. Still is not considering the BKB. He is like, no, I have built-in magic resistance mid lane.
They go for the puck. They have the Bloodthorn as well. He's gonna get annihilated in a second. The E-Blade a little bit too late from Jizik. Actually used it on the Lifestealer, so wouldn't be doing anything. Albino Zero dies on the other side of the map, while BNC is gonna attempt to run away. X is available. Torrent just for division. BNC, he dodged it perfectly. Dodges the tidal wave as well. Doesn't want to get wet.
They do lose their Gyrocopter in the meantime, but it's fine. You are able to get the big kill. Fade, okay.
He needs to run away from this.
He's got the blink, by the way, if you wanted to sort of blink and bite him, but way too fast on the Lifestealer, and he is able to make it out.
It's insane how much movement speed it gives you.
I was gonna say, this game is very tense, man. Like, you see the Lifestealer running away from the hook, and he's like... It's such a game-defining moment. You get hooked, you lose your life, that's your carry gone. You dodge it, you live. It must be very nerve-wracking when you're in situations like these.
If you get hooked like that, it was you made the mistake. It's your fault. So, you know, it's really no way with full movement speed that you...
Tail AoE, so you can actually use it on a creep now to stun the puck. I love this.
True.
No, it's a nice
That
way
is
of,
very true.
And he, of course, he also got the Hex
Radiants are
and the
scanning for
Bloodthorn. He just has to blink and he'll be like, I got you. And great item, the Trickster's Cloak, so he doesn't have to blink. Because when you blink, sometimes they have like reflex, they have these fast reflexes just to respond in time and use a
Dire
phase
scanning
shift.
for
So
enemies.
when you're invis, it's much harder to do that.
I mean, you can't do it because he's just gonna Bloodthorn and Hex you. There's no response to it. Also, for people that might not know how the Dragon Tail AoE works, you need to still click on a hero. You cannot click the or a creep. You cannot click on the ground and then just in a AoE around that unit that is gonna be stunning multiple heroes.
That's still good, of course. Zeus, what's he going? He's got the. I like the item that he's got, the psychic headband. He's at cast range. Oh, Juggy!
He needs the help with the punch. He actually gets the hook there. I thought it was gonna be the toss back from the Tiny, but he didn't want to go that route. Juggy.
Well, it's like, yeah, but my old pal Juggernaut has a cool way of punches moving. I like it. He should move like that all the time. That's how my son, when he's bored, walks around. He's like, oh god, I hate my life. Zeus switching roles for players middle of the game. There was a lot they had to adjust to. They put up a good challenge, and they only taking the game at some point. But Legacy, love the assault cuirass. 3 heavy, like four melee guys with a lot of health. Juggernaut is unable to slice through them. And Albino Zero, great pipe pickup as well as the mech. We see Puck always try to go for him. He just isn't able to do anything. So I like what Legacy could do. I really like how they played this game.
Yeah, they played a pretty solid game of Dota. If there were no those early punch hooks here for Not the Cut, I think this would have been an easy game for Legacy. But Not the Cut had this time in the game where Legacy felt helpless despite not having a huge deficit in gold. That's because Mars was at the top of the network chart for them, and he had all of these weird, magic damage type Mars items and really wasn't contributing much with the damage.
Yeah, I like that. They also went for massive Wind Wakers and Hexes and Bissels, so many ways to kill a side man. We're kind of saying, like, it's not the hardest game for Puck. You should be able to sort of be able to move around the map, but so many times he's moving, Abyssal, Hex, and you're like, sorry, dude. It's unfortunate, though, to see one team leave the tournament, but that's the nature of the competition. Some people have to win, and some people have to lose against them.
That is very true, Ottomo. As what's happening now is that the next series will be Grin Esports versus Nouns. That's gonna be our last series of the day. I'm not sure when it's gonna be starting. The classic pause should be 20 minutes, guys, but be sure to follow this stream, follow our other streams as well from A to D, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check that one. Yeah, no, from B to E, and then we have ESB_Dota2_EN as our main stream, so be sure to follow all those up so that you can follow all of the closed qualifiers here. It doesn't matter which region you're from, you're welcome everywhere. We are going to be stopping the stream for a second because some lag are happening. So for now, we're going to be going on to a break, stopping the stream, and then we will be back with the upper bracket finals. Only one more game left here for the day at the Elite League close qualifiers here in North America. I'm Harry. Joining me is the one and only Otomo, and we are going to be watching Grin Esports versus Nouns. So it is the upper bracket finals. Nobody's getting eliminated, Otomo. We are just going to be finding out who's going to be going into the grand finals and who's going to have to play the lower bracket finals tomorrow.
$1,714 USD, because at least you're either going to get to the tournament or you're going to get second place, and second place gets you money. So that's kind of cool. And we'll see if it's going to be Grins or Nouns. As you mentioned, though, you have a rematch potentially coming up for these two teams tomorrow. The draft is underway. Grin Esports, no Timber, no Dragon, no Chen, which is classic. I haven't seen Chen in so long. I kind of want to see it again. I miss Chen at the moment.
Nobody's going to allow the other team to play it, especially not versus Fly, right? They're coming in as the underdogs, a hero that has been considered one of the strongest in the meta for a very long time, for a good reason. Yep. And you have an enemy who is amazing at it. You're not going to let it through.
100%. It's just that, you know, you'd like it to see what all the fuss is about, basically, because the two teams are like, yeah, Sven. I mean, sorry, Sven, Chen, and I don't know. I want to see it. This is going to be an interesting game for Kits versus Yams versus Copy. Copy is ranked 94, Kits is ranked 7, and as we know, like, maybe numerically it might be like not that much, but in terms of MMR, it's like thousands of MMR difference between the two.
That is true. That is true. But we talked about it multiple times. You know, we know it from the Dota legend himself. MMR is just a number. So, do you feel that way, Otomo?
No. I mean, I've always said the same. MMR is a number, just like the money in your bank is a number. You'd like it to be bigger. You don't want small numbers there. Now they are taking their time with this last ban. Not sure what they want to take away from Grin. They remove the Bat. They remove the Doom. But Mars is still in the pool. I think it's more like, what do we want to ban, what do we want to take? That's what's usually going to be happening here.
A Lifestealer ban. Okay, and they go for the Mars. That is pretty standard, and I feel like Nouns have been playing pretty standard Dota, which I have to say is, for me personally, the right approach. When you're the favorite, you don't need to be pulling out some shenanigans. Even though Nouns are a team that can be known for some of those, they don't have to do it.
Exactly. It's like when I beat you on normal, why should I change it up? It's up to you to try to throw me off my game because I'm better than you, basically. And the moment I saw the Lifestealer pick, I actually ban. We said it before that, but if you ban Lifestealer, that means you want to pick Mars because Lifestealer is so good against the Mars, and that's standard. There is, of course, things like PA, PL, Juggernaut who don't mind the arena, but unlikely we'll see them. And okay. Primal versus Mars. Well, I thought this is a matchup that the Mars usually enjoys having, actually.
I kind of feel like it depends, and people have gotten better with the Primal Beast dealing with the Mars in general because they get either a Blink first or a BKB, and then with the Blink you're this initiation tool, with the BKB you really don't care about the arena and it's completely different, right? So you're kind of like a Pango. You run in with the BKB through the arena and you make it your own spot. So I would want to say that I have seen Primal Beast do well versus the Mars.
And it's something that Kits plays as well. So it could be a flex pick for you if you want to take the Primal 2 or 3. Italian Gangster, he plays a lot of Mars. So if he does take a 3, it's like he kind of knows what the Mars can do. Everyone does, but it's different for the player who actually plays the hero. He's like, they're a little bit more intimate with what's going to be happening, what they can expect. And now we're in the second phase of the ban. Grimstroke removed. Classic Primal Beast partner. Ink swells great. Double pulverize. It's just, overall solid ban.
And I like the Shadow Demon being out, right? Because imagine whenever you're playing the Primal Beast versus the Shadow Demon, it's just impossible to do so. I think yesterday we saw a Primal Beast being picked into a Shadow Demon. Was it this tournament?
Let me see. I have to go through so much to find this. And yes, it was Grin Esports versus Tilted Boys in Game 3. And Grin Esports actually won with the Primal Beast against the Shadow Demon, but it definitely wasn't the best performance. They won more because they had the Phoenix and the Faceless Void, and they egged right next to the throne. That was a really good game. Best game of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I remember that game. We have had so many games in these 2 days that everything is kind of mashing together, right?
Yep.
I cannot really discern what we saw and what we didn't, and it's kind of sad we didn't get to see a single rampage, maybe only one ultra kill in general, maybe two, I'm not sure, but definitely hasn't been a lot of those really flashy endings of fights, as we do see a Pugna, a hero a little bit forgotten, but still pretty strong.
Yeah. Grin, they remove Yuma's Meepo, but the Pugna, I mean, it has slow, it's pretty damn good for that reason. Synergizes decently with the Primal Beast, but one thing I like about Pugna is that you're a support who threatens buildings. And I feel like that gives a draft so much extra utility when your supports are like, oh, sorry, when you have supports who can just melt buildings. You're like, oh, you don't want to protect this tower? Bye-bye.
Is that the type of support that you play usually?
I like either supports with good global presence, who can farm fast, and who can take buildings. Like, you have to have 2 out of 3 for these for me to like you as a support.
Okay, so you definitely don't like a lot of them all that much, but there will be a tiny picked up, so could be a mid lane, but also very much possible that Lelis will be picking it up for himself.
And they take out the Crystal Main, that's going to be Fly's hero. So they are flexing the Tiny for a little bit longer, which means most likely Nouns is going to be taking their carry next for Yuma, especially because you can see that there's a target ban with the Meepo coming out. So Grin Esports, the problem is they won't know exactly who they're drafting against in the next pick. The carry is going to come out after that. So we'll see what Grin wants to go for.
Something to kill the CM. I think whenever I see CM Tiny, even Tiny, it can be taken down as a support. Early on, he's not that tanky. He has a lot of HP, but not that much armor, and that can be punished. So I would want something that can jump in, blow people up. You have the Pugna, so you have a bit of a gas station. It's not as good as it used to be, but something like a Storm is still not out of the question. Versus a Tiny, though, and Crystal Maiden, yeah, very unlikely. So maybe something else like an Ember Spirit actually isn't that bad because he keeps his distance.
It is Kit's most played hero right now, the Ember Spirit. I also think they might go for the Faceless Void Invoker combination if they want to. They go for the Phoenix, and with the Faceless Void, yep, why not? So that's because I was looking, I was like, Pugna's not bad with the Chronosphere. You know, you put the Chronosphere, you can get like 2 Nether Blasts off, or you do some sucky in the meantime, kill someone off. That's pretty good. Phoenix Sunray. So now you have 2 light, green and yellow, right? Yellow, red, orange lights coming at you. It's pretty blinding. It's pretty painful.
So right now, when I look at the Nouns lineup, I would like to put a Tiny in the mid lane. And they're going to go for the Naga Siren, which is a counter to the Faceless Void. This is just, they want to slowly win the game, and I understand it. It's not too fun to watch these Naga games, but when you're a better team and you have good or better movement than the enemies around the map, a hero like a Naga Siren just makes the game easy for you to read.
Yeah, this Naga Siren is great. We've seen so many times it can counter the Chronosphere. Even if the Faceless Void can't be controlled, everyone else can. But not the best with the Phoenix Faceless Void, right? And then if I was Grin Esports, I'd be thinking about taking Invoker. Another hero could stay away from the Naga Siren, can still get the Cataclysm, even if the sleep comes out. Like, you Chrono, Egg and Kata, you're happy. That's a good life for you.
And also high level Invoker, if he has the distance on the Tornado, can stop the TPs from afar when he's not effective, so that would be nice. Though I kind of feel like it's getting banned out. It's very unlikely that you're gonna let it through.
There's still the Ember Spirit if they want to go for something else. You know, like Ember Spirit with Shiva's Guard can be pretty good at catching the real Naga Siren. And reminder, of course, Kits does play a lot of Primal Beast as well. So there's no... It could still be Italian against taking getting his last pick.
What would be like the offlaner that you want to pick in this one? Versus the Naga Siren if you're sending the Primal Beast mid, who in general is a solid hero versus the Naga Siren, but in this game only if you get a BKB.
Yeah, I honestly feel like it should be the Primal off and you pick a mid last one. I think that we'll see what Nouns believes, because they're thinking it's Primal off. They ban out the Leshrac instead. Maybe Invoker and Zeus are sort of the people I want to see removed from Nouns. just so you can work with the cat. Or they could go something completely different. They'd be like, oh, we want an Ember to just keep us getting those kills, or Storm Spirit with the battery from the Pugna. There's a lot of options for Grin. And I think that's what Nouns thinking is like, which one are they going to go with? Which one are they? What's their strategy? And they are thinking, okay, you guys are going to go for Invoker. Storm picked up, so you ban out one strategy and pick up the other. So there's Ember, there's like Zeus, which is or you can just go for an offlane or something like a Quap.
Oh, I don't like the Zeus. You use the ulti here, there's nobody to jump in, right? Primal Beast is the only one. I would be okay with an Ember, but then Storm Spirit does lane well versus the Ember. Though lately I have been seeing Embers do well, and considering that Kits is such high rank and he is pretty well versed with the Ember, I actually wouldn't mind it.
I'm sure he's been like had this matchup a million times. Ember versus Storm, brother versus brother, which is sad to think about. So yeah, I'm feeling the Ember. I don't know if I feel anything else that much. Like I do like the Zeus for the damage, but I agree with you. Also, it's very risky, right? You jump away, Storm does a double jump and he kills you. But I do like the damage. I feel like you do so much extra with the Zeus and the Faceless Void. Probably the best combination now that Leshrac and Invoker are banned.
Do you have some healing support? So is Kits a Huskar player maybe? They'll go for the Ember. It's the safest one, I think. You can do well in the lane versus Storm, or okay-ish. You should generally lose slightly at least. But it's about poke. So when you don't have really great jump, you need to poke, and just force your enemies into a mistake. I still think that it's pretty clear what Nouns need to do. We see the Ember, we just all go for him and kill him. And if that happens, then you do not have that poke, and your lineup doesn't really accomplish what it should.
If Grin can just find a way to control Yuma on the Naga Siren, they'll be okay. But it's Yuma Naga Siren. I think that's going to be fairly difficult. I generally side with the team that has the Faceless Void, just because when you get late, get 40 minutes, you have the refresher. You just chrono anyone, kill him, chrono another person. You're like, all right, we're 5 versus 3. I don't even have to care about anything else. But Nouns, hard to bet against them in NA. So I'm all in on the Nouns train. Even though draft-wise, I think it's fairly even, actually.
I think Grin Esports with the Ember, actually, they have the ability to play this one, but I feel like their lineup is even harder to execute than the one on Nouns, especially because of what you're playing against, that you're almost never going to have division, as the Naga will be shoving in the waves. So yeah, I'm on the side of Nouns as well here. It feels like an easy predict anyways, even before the draft starts. But in terms of how they're going to be able to control the map and heroes that they have to utilize that map control to get pickoffs, they're looking really strong.
Yes, it's a bit like, kind of cheap for us to be like, the better team is probably going to win, but this is the gap between them. However, that doesn't mean that Grin is a weak team. Like we said, Kits is like rank 9. You have Italian Gangster and Yamson who've been in the DPC. I know Sneaky has looked really good. So I wouldn't put it as a possibility, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, it is very highly unlikely, especially because December needs to have a hell of a game to be able to create the space necessary for his team to be able to get all of the hate towards himself and survive through it. That is the goal of the Ember. Not going to be an easy goal to accomplish, especially playing versus a Crystal Maiden. One Frostbite connects and you're in a lot of trouble. We're going to be seeing these beautiful logos from Nouns and Grin Esports before we get ourselves into the game, which is going to be right now. Game 1 of the upper bracket finals here at the Elite League NA Close Qualifiers will officially commence now.
I'm a big fan of the Nouns logo, but that was pretty cool on Grin Esports. It's like the Grim Reaper kind of look, so it's Grim and Grin at the same time. But of course, it's a Grin Esports, but yeah, it's kind of cool. Yamson was saying something about his behavior score, but we didn't catch it. We will forever wonder what Yamson said, or we can scroll up, one of the two.
It's just it's actually a voice line that says my behavior score, and it is a Nouns voice line.
Really? I thought he was just like writing it down himself. All right,
I mean, he was a Nouns member, Yamson, right? I think it still says in his name, Nouns Yamson. So, do you think he's an agent or is it a grudge match?
Grudge match. Nouns would never do something like this. But maybe he could be an agent. Agent Yamson. We'll see. We'll see based on how he plays. If he gets a couple whiffed chronos or like I see what you're doing there. Strikes again.
Let's see. In terms of runes, how's it gonna go? Gunner in a very aggressive position. He can get the God's Rebuke, get Yamsen out of the way, and get it for himself. Grin, they get 2 runes, and the other 2 will be going towards Nouns with Yuma picking it up. So it is gonna be an even start. No wards got the warden, and a lot of them are centered around this mid lane. So definitely a lot of emphasis on the mid lane matchup.
Teams will probably realize that there are wards, though, once they feel like... I remember I was watching a game where Quinn, he was like going in one direction, he sees his enemy go to the same bottle. Then when he turns around, he sees the enemy turn around, he's like, okay, he's 100% got vision because he's doing it while I'm on the high ground, he's in the low ground, which shouldn't happen. It's kind of all like a lot of cute mind games happening like that. Kids, early levels, not the best against the Storm Spirit, just because you can walk in, take a lot of stack, remnant damage.
Yeah, it is a tough one. I mean, any melee hero versus the Storm will naturally suffer. As I said, there are ways to do well with the Ember. You actually have really good animation and damage, so you can do well. Just the first couple of levels are always going to be rough.
Yeah, later on you can dodge, like with the Cyphers, you can dodge the Remnant when it explodes next to creeps, and stuff like that. Italian the Gangster is probably the best person at dealing with these Naga Siren illusions. You know, Trample is really good. We might get the Aghanim Scepter as well. Pulverize does AoE damage. So, I mean, they all do pretty massive AoE damage. So Yuma has to be sort of scared of him.
For a second there, when you said Italiano Gangster, I was like, I think you were referring to the player rather than the hero for a second. I was like, why is he so good at dealing with illusions? But yeah, it's actually the Primal Beast. The Trample is a hell of a spell.
It's great. I love it. But yeah, you're probably thinking, you're like, well, yes, Italian Gangster, he knows the secrets of the illusions. It's like, no. He's just got a really good ear for dealing with it. Yamsun's probably go for a Maelstrom, a good way to deal with the Naga Sun. Actually, with the egg as well, it's not that bad. They have decent anti-Naga abilities. Oh, and of course they have the Shard for the Pugna. Instantly clears all Naga illusions.
Oh, that is true. Yamsen might be in some trouble. Actually, no level 2 on Lilith, so he cannot get like a toss back or keep in place with an avalanche. Gunner threatening with the spear, but it's actually just pushing aggressively so that he can farm without any issues. Currently, he's behind in CS over the Faceless Void, but with so many creeps next to his tower, he's gonna be more than fine.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not like it's even the, you know, it's like 2 minutes in. We're only a hand 2 or 3 CS behind. Looks like top lane is unlikely to go very aggressive. If it's Italian and a Gangster can get it on top of Fly, they can kill him. But I don't think Yuma and Fly can actually threaten anyone. You know, 1 point the Crab Fly is enough, and the Primal Beast can protect the Pugna as well, which is kind of cute. You know, it's like, you're my support, I'll protect you.
Yeah, though, Pugna is not really the cute type. He's a bag of bones.
He's kind of cute. No, he's not bad. What do you have something against boned people? Or bony?
Dude, you go into a doctor's office and you see, you know, that bone structure that they have, and you don't think, oh, that's a cute little skeleton or big skeleton, whatever. They're creepy. That's why, like, horror movies or in Scooby-Doo, skeletons are like the bad guys.
No, skeletons are adorable. Too much, you know, too much Scooby-Doo from you. We're taking away your Scooby-Doo rights. No more Scooby-Doo. Bomb lane, by the way, this could go well for Nouns if they can get one of their spells off. Yamsun tends to, Face Void, not the hardest here to burst early on, but he's fairly healthy, so it feels like it's unlikely to happen. So in general, we're just going in for what seems to be a fairly passive laning phase at the moment.
Yep, 4 minutes in, 0 kills on each side. It feels like we're in Eastern Europe rather than in North America. Though they will be going for the Pugna right now. Let's see if that Primal Beast thinks that the Pugna is cute, just as you do. Yuma turns around, even though he's one of the fastest heroes in the game. Though then again, so is the Pugna.
I think they assume that he has the Qualifier, but he doesn't. So you're like, oh, you know, he's gonna be safe, but he took a lot of damage there on Sneaky. And Italian Gangster, by the way, no points on Onslaught yet, which means that he's not really doesn't really have killing potential. You want to go with something like 1-2 or 1-1-1, but he's only got 0-2-1 right now, with 1 point in uproar.
All of the lanes are kind of even. Gunner in a little bit of trouble. He misses on the spear. He tried to get Geozizi, but that was a really nice dive. Had the one charges to survive. One more hit. This is going to be taking him down. And Yamsen, he gives the tip to his former teammate. Yeah, you don't want me in your team. And this is what's going to happen.
I would love it actually if Grin Esports beats Nouns today. Just because, not because I have anti-Nouns or anything, but because we would have a sort of unexpected final. And yeah, great start by Yamsa in that situation.
I mean, Nouns could still come back through the lower bracket, so you know.
True. That's what I mean. So it'll give us like a sort of crazy finals tomorrow. I'm wondering if Yamsa might consider going for a hand of Midas. I know he's probably not going to go for the Maelstrom, but you're up against the Naga Siren, so you're not really worried about the enemy team going to be in your face from minute 10. You have farming time.
Fly with the sticks and the healing Lotus. Is he gonna be fine? One more hit. He's gonna be taken down. That's 2 deaths for a Nouns, and they're not getting any kills just yet. Yuma, he skilled up the net, but he didn't throw it fast enough to stop the onslaught, so it was easy for the Primal Beast to go in. And this is the thing, you cannot use the Frostbite aggressively in that lane. You just have to save it. And
we were saying, right, at level 4, once you have 1 point in onslaught and trample, you'll be able to get kills. So really well done there by Italian the Gangster. It's a minor lead right now for the Radiant side, but a kill on Fly would definitely help secure them. Nope, Fly just walks away. Speedy Crystal Maiden, isn't she?
Yep. Swift is the Wolves of Ice Rack, and I would love to be a rabbit in a territory that is where they're the main predators, because they're speedy as this Crystal Maiden. I know that I would be able to outrun them every single time.
If you go around and find a lot of obese rabbits, you're like, the Wolves of Ice Rack are hunting here. The rabbits are like, yeah, we're fine. We're just gonna nap here. They'll catch us maybe tomorrow if we don't move or something.
There's like a saying, he eats like a rabbit or like a hamster. So those, you know, those little guys that chew all that much, I don't think they can actually get fat. Maybe in a cage, but not in the outdoors.
So too much chewing helps you stops you from getting fat. Okay.
Yep.
I'm cool with that. As Geozizi wants to go for this. Oh, nicely done. Very nice. And he better make his way out of here, Geozizi, because oh, he's in trouble.
In a body bag. He's gonna be making his way out in a body bag or in ashes. If you're a Phoenix, I guess that's the way that you go down. So that is gonna be a nice kill for Copy. He doesn't really use all that much mana. Not like he had much to use anyways. Sure. So he won the mid lane, got a kill. Gonna be quite happy with it, but it does allow the Ember Spirit to apply a little bit of pressure there.
I know you say he wants the mid lane, but he's only a couple hundred gold, so it's not the biggest victory. And I was gonna say he's gonna go back in a bird box, and I remember that's actually the name of a movie, which I haven't seen yet.
Is that the one where they cannot look at what is hunting them? Yeah, I saw the trailer and it looks so dumb that I never got to watch it. But there is going to be a connection here on the Faceless Void with the Spear. They have the Avalanche and the Toss, so that's going to be more than enough damage to bring him down. Where the tips, Gunner, nah, he's going to be the bigger man. No, okay, that's a good response.
You tip. Alright, if I do it, you tip it when you're about to win the game. You know, you don't tip before that because you might look like...
No, that's a cowardly move. Onslaught away, Italiano Gangstar will live for now, but if he gets Avalanche, which he will, he's definitely going to be taken down. Goes for the uproar, so the right clicks of Yuma are really not going to be hurting him all that much. No mana for the toss. Lelis, he couldn't get him. Actually, Italiano Gangstar does survive through it all. That was unexpected there for a second.
It's quite a big deal actually, because you were expecting to get this kill. You rotate both of your sports, and you get not punished for it, but you don't get rewarded. That must feel bad. As mid lane Ember Spirit going for Mage Slayer first, I like it. There's basically what 3 spellcasters on the me side. You want to make sure you mitigate, so pretty good item for him.
Yeah, for sure. But Fly's level 5 on the Crystal Maiden. That is a problem. That means that you're gonna be getting so many kills, as that's a huge stack. Who needs to kill this though?
Maybe I think the best person at taking the stack would be the Primal Beast, right?
With the smoke.
Like, yeah, you know, just trample your way through it. Might need 2 sets of tramples actually. Pugna can help. Phoenix is great taking stacks, not ancient but normal stacks. But there you go. Big stackies for Italiano Gangster, and all the tier 1 tokens dropped as well.
Radiant's bottom
Yep, that's gonna be perfect there for him. Still, the ancient camp is gonna be a little bit tougher to take down, but still possible. Yamson being targeted, spear into the arena. Here comes the storm. They have the pull and the frostbite, and he will be taken down with ease. This is what we were talking about. A high-level crystal maiden is also a big problem. The second you get frostbitten, there's absolutely no way you run away.
And I think he's maxing it out. Yep, he's got 1, 3, and 1. So Fly recognizes I just need to get those frostbites on the enemy cores, and I'll be doing well. As Copy, he's hunting, but decides he does not want to dive in that area. Not just yet, at least.
You don't even have your full mana just yet, so you are gonna be extra careful. Man, CM and a Storm, this combo always reminds me of the old EG with PPD and Samael. That's what they went for quite a lot, and it kind of feels like a classic NA combo.
It is, right? That's how they won a TI. So good for them here. And looks like Yamson, no Hand of Midas. Aww, just to have Maelstrom. Ooh, boring. Primal Beast, he's rushing the BKB. He wants to be able to make sure that nothing from the side that either the sleep nor the arena bothers him. I can't like it.
Isn't like Midas the boring item?
No, it's cool. You click on creeps, they turn to gold. It makes that sound. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, you're a Doom player now, I remember.
And proud of it. You know how that's how I have no shame. I play Doom as a support. And then it's like, alright, this guy, there's no coming back from that.
For some reason, my like keyboard on the in Windows won't change, and then I'm just spamming Y to see on my other screen in Dota like the net worth, and it won't work, and I'm not sure why that's the case. But either way though, a 1k gold lead for Nouns. Ember Spirit is at the top of the net worth chart, and now going for a smoke. Who are they looking for? It seems to be that Mars is going to be a target, and I have good vision of him.
He's not the easiest target, but you have to have 4 people there, so he's definitely going to be dying. And they've been focusing a bit on Gunner anyway, so why not? As he removes the sentry just as about the time. They have a nice ward actually. You see that on the right? I'd say it's nice, but it's actually some of the vision's blocked by that tree. Can they go? No. Kits actually leaves them. Remnants to the other side of the map.
Wanted the rune. There is an AD rune that Lelis needs to pick up. Kits should be still faster. Slide of his chains, and the AD rune will go his way. So this move actually pays off, you know. I feel like the runes, power runes at this point in the game are probably the most important thing for Spirit Heroes, even more important than a core kill, it seems.
That seems to be the way they're feeling. Lots of stacks, by the way. Look at the Radiant. They have a double ancient, sorry, one ancient stack, but they have a double stack at the top, and they have a stack of ancients on the side near the wisdom rune. Like, this is a very, very passive game. It is NA, but still.
I don't think NA is like a super passive region. Fly, high level, that's a solid kill. Level 6 Crystal Maiden will get taken down. Now every support on the map does have level 6. So not gonna be too bad, and his net worth isn't really all that high. But this Faceless Void, he's the one that needs kills, because has been suffering pretty much.
To be fair, in this game, it's less about what his net worth is and more about what he can do with those chronos as Lilith comes in. Puts a ward, takes away the... Oh dear, this could be a big one if they get it!
Has enough mana to run himself away. He has the Royal Jelly too. We'll be using it, so that's going to be fine for the Storm.
It is fine, but it does take him out of commission a little bit here. We still haven't seen a single chrono or egg, by the way, from Grin Esports. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but you would think that you could just throw one of them just to get a nice kill.
I like to see the chrono. The egg maybe not that important for me at this point in the game. Lelis will get a smack onto the Phoenix, who instantly closes the Watcher. Like, as soon as those eyes open, they're gonna be shut instantly. Phoenix, I don't know how he punched him in the eye when he doesn't really have arms. Okay, yeah. Anyways, Kits, he did get the mid lane tower down. This is so big for an Ember. Ember Spirits love being deep in the enemy mid lane. They get a lot of hate towards themselves, and you always have the remnant back. Until there's like a blink dagger on the other side to catch him, he's gonna be fine.
Oh, Italian gangsters kind of get worried about Lilith going there, so he gets 2 of the big creeps for Lilith, which Basically, is what the Tiny Gangster got. He got the small creeps and he gave the big ones to the Tiny, so they get the same amount of golden experience. Not ideal though for Radiant. However, Sneaky is like, there's no way Lilith would play that aggressive if he didn't have vision, so he gets a good D-ward off.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
again,
that's nice for sure.
I wonder, is Sneaky going for the shard early on the poke now? He doesn't have it queued up, so maybe he's just waiting for the Tormentor. Great charge on both supports though. The Phoenix and the Pokemon.
Radiant's bottom
I don't know though. You know, in the early stages of the game, you separate your illusions a lot with the Naga,
Yeah.
so I feel like
True.
the shard isn't all that good at the start.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
feeling the love.
I also think you may not want to buy it. You know why? Because if you buy it on either support, there's a chance that the Primal Beast gets a shot, and it's not bad. It's just... Oh, actually, it wouldn't be the Primal Beast. It would be Yamsen this one. Ooh, poor Yamsen.
He's being hunted. Going for a TP out. They place down a ward just in time. Yule him up in the air. There will be a spear next to the arena. The TP's coming in, but they have more than enough damage to finish him off. Fly even went for the freezing field, now trying to run away. They're gonna get the life sucked out of him. This is like so much hate, but it's what happens. You have to punish your carry's murderers.
Called in the
Yes, you do. Poor Fly loses his life, but he doesn't really care. Phoenix picks up an urn. A surprising option for GeoZZ. This is such a low kill game that you wouldn't think you would be getting a whole lot of like urn charges. One, secondly, the enemy has a use on one of their heroes, and they also have Manta on the Naga Siren, and we can expect BKB on the on the Storm at some point. So questionable value of this urn.
This is just every single Nouns game that we've watched. It has been like this, Automo. They're just playing slow Dota and showing, literally telling the enemies in the face, we are better than you. We are better than you in movements, and we are just gonna win passively. You have to be the ones making moves. And Grin Esports, they just don't have the lineup to do so.
No, nor the aggression where we can see them like always on the enemy side. You don't want to face this Void to join you and throw a Chronosphere. He wants to farm. There is a BKB now at Tiny Gangster. I think that helps alleviate a lot of their, what I think is going to be their passive play styles. Like, we got BKB, let's just go use it. Yamsen, he's not full health. Sort of revealing himself. They're like, this is tasty. Let's go kill him.
He's dead. He's actually dead 100% right now.
100% is a lot. Maybe if his teammates show up. Wow, okay, that's deep. And they think he's baiting. Now it's like, there's no way he'd do this, you know. Oh, alright, well, that's it. He's dead.
Yep, Avalanche toss, Frostbite just goes down, Sunray heals, not gonna be there in time as the Blood Grenade connects up the Crystal Maiden. Fly is more than happy to give his life away for the Faceless Void, and that's what has been happening. They have 5 kills on Grin, 4 of which are on Fly.
They just sacrificed their position 5. I mean, none of them is those sacrifice. They got the Yamsen kill, which is what they really want. The difference between Yamsen and Yuumi is massive. 4,000 gold at 17 minutes. Holy moly.
It's insane, and the thing is that this Nagasana now has the Orchid, so if he finds somebody, he's going to be able to kill him. Copy being caught, the Polarize isn't going to be enough damage, he goes for the zip away. They always need that little bit of damage, and they just don't have the heroes necessary. Ember Spirit caught, Arena is there, Spirit to the edge of it, they have the net as well. Silence is there, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He will accept his destiny, plants the Seed of Serenity, which will not allow it to live anyways, and the tower falls, no deny coming through. I thought that the Liliana Gangstar is going to be able to deny it, but no such luck.
I'm loving the way Nouns is happy to farm. They're sort of content. They're like, oh, you guys think you're getting a good game? Okay, we're just like way more efficient than you. If you want to beat Nouns, I think Green Esports would have to put their foot on the gas pretty hard because they're just letting them do whatever they want. We need Faceless Void to smoke and go Chrono with an egg, get a pick off and do what you want. It's like they've been holding these spells for 10 minutes now.
Foot on the gas. Automo, are you a fan of fast driving? Fast cars, like vroom vroom, let's go?
Yeah, I like the vroom vroom. You know, that's... actually, no, I'm quite a slow driver myself. You know, I don't go up above 80 kilometers. And not really my part of my culture. My culture is all about
what if you're
fast.
on a highway? What if you're on the highway?
I go 85 then. And I I drive in the middle of the road, not on the fast lane. I don't like the fast lane.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
Well, what about you? Crazy driver?
I drive the speed limit. you know, but
I drive the
85,
speed limit.
85 on the highway, it's more dangerous than maybe a little bit over. Though not gonna.
80. 85 is fast, okay? I mean, it's not, again, not the fast lane, but it's fast enough.
I did go to Autobahn once in my life, though I wasn't driving, so I was pretty sad about that. But we were in the middle lane, right? There's 5 lanes. We were in the middle one, driving 170. Next to us,
God.
yeah. Next to the 4th one is people, you know, driving like BMW and Mercedes, like 200 and something. And then in the fast lane, like the 5th one, there's like, you know, Ferraris and stuff like going next to you. You're going 170 and they go next to you like you're standing still. It was really fun.
By the way, we only have 3 lanes in most of the roads in Malaysia. So for me, the middle lane is like it's like for you to be like the slow lane, basically.
Yeah, of course. In Dota, we have 3 lanes as well. So 3 lanes is the best way to approach it.
Well, no, I want to stay on cars. I'm sorry. Is this exciting? But now it's just, you know, they're just free farming, and Grin Esports not really willing to sort of make anything happen. Lilith takes a hit and then he's gonna walk away. Who taught you to drive, by the way? School or your dad?
I mean, I would, you know, they would show me how it's done, but I went to school to get my license, so that's how it. I knew the basics before going, but for me it's a bad way to learn how to drive before you go to school, because you need to learn how to drive properly so that you can actually pass the exam. I know a lot of people who knew how to drive before going to school, and then they had issues actually passing the exam because they would go too fast, or you know, do something that is actually not allowed, but everybody kind of does it.
Yeah, it's like they build the bad habits already. Where it's like you can build the bad habits later once you have the license.
Exactly.
Nice.
9k gold lead, and Spear misses. GeoZZ will survive. So finally we're talking about Dota, which there isn't much of it. There will be heals, but they don't have a Spear to follow it up. GeoZZ just stopped in his tracks. He's trying to bait a bit, which Nouns are not going to be taking. This is how I thought the game was going to go. They're just going to be using the Naga Siren and shoving out every single wave. I just thought that they're gonna be getting a bit more kills, but Grin is playing pretty passive themselves. Avalanche toss onto Fly is gonna get the frostbite off, but they don't have any cores here to get the kill. Yuma was dealing with Sneaky in the front of that engagement. Kits has one more remnant back, so he'll be more than happy to go towards it. Lel is just threatening at this point.
So much respect being given to Nouns, you know what I mean? Like, they are just unwilling to engage with them entirely. This is why I was saying I'd love to see a hand of Myers on the Amsterdam, because I know that this game is going to go 30, 40 minutes where no one's really fighting, and then we'll get one fight where Nouns might just try to end the game, or, you know, a couple of Roshan fights, a couple of Aegis, and that's it. So you might as well go hand of Myers if you're going to be farming so long. He is lowest net worth among all the cores.
Okay, I can't hold back my excitement for these 12 kills 23 minutes into the game, and that's maybe what casters of some other MOBAs would say, but not in Dota. In Dota, we need a lot more than this. A kill per minute is like, yeah, well, that's fine, but a kill every 2 minutes is a snooze fest. Still, Dota is so fun and so beautiful that I enjoy snooze fest as well. But the thing is that Grin Esports, they just are not pushing out any of the lanes. I can see them winning team fights in the later portions of the game, but you're losing way too much map control, and the items are gonna make a difference.
Speaking of items, 2 Wind Wakers going to be coming up fairly soon enough. One on, wow, that thing has just melted. One will be on the, maybe we'll kill Kiss now, should be fine. One Wind Waker on Gunner, and the other one's going to be on Lilith. So you have this, your 3-4 able to save people who get caught in the corner, which is a very nice thing for you.
Oh, look at it from the other side. They're herding them literally like sheep. This is how it feels. You're going for the Phoenix. One more hit is going to be finishing it off, and the tree toss will allow it. Now, Yule's protecting himself as they go for the chrono. Instant sleep. You're sleeping there. You stopped time itself. Just do something useful. And nope, he's just going to be staying there because he's sleepy. It's quite late. The storm jumping in with the onslaught actually stops him. Avalanche onto the 2 of them with the BKB expiring. They have the pull from the storm going on the Italiana Gangster. Will be protected by the Glimmer Cape. On the other side, there was a silence from the Ember, and the net connects as well. So Kits will be dying, not being able to burn that one off. Yules and the Spear, Italiana Gangster in a lot of trouble. Will be protected there by the heals, by the of the crep allows him to survive. Copy doesn't have enough mana to continue the chase, and in the end, I mean, it's a disaster, but it could have been even worse.
How could it have been even worse? They didn't kill
Taliana
anyone.
Gamstar dies.
Oh well, yeah, that's, I suppose. They like, but that is a disaster. Honestly, Nouns gets everything they want. The egg wasn't able to come out. The Base Voice Crows catches his allies. Firstly, and secondly, the sleep comes out anyway, so they're all just. He's not able to hit anyone.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Grin Esports, they had, I wouldn't say an opening, but they had chances to play this much faster, but they chose not to. And this is just being punished. No net worth, no kills, nothing for them going right now.
Their baits were kind of cool in this game, Grin Esports. I really want to mention that, right? This bait on the Ember Spirit was insane, but then now they're just not gonna be caught by it, right? The second that they see Ember Spirit turning around, they're like, yo, this is not good, and they bail. Just this no hesitation is allowing them to play such clean Dota, not giving any openings.
No, and you have saves as well coming out, like we said, the Wind Wakers, as well as the Naga Sleep anyway, as Sneaky just dies again. He's actually got decent farm as a support, although nowhere near Lilith, who is transitioning into a core, at least in terms of how much gold he has.
Looking too steady. Roshan is
This is just insane. They get the Aegis as well onto the Storm Spirit. That's gonna be a pretty nasty hero to deal with. But when I look at this Naga Siren, Eternal Shroud, Manta, and the Bloodthorn, whoever he gets on top of is in trouble. I guess the Primal Beast can survive if he removes the Bloodthorn with his BKB, but the other ones are pretty much goners. Oh boy, it has a Manta. Okay, that's cool.
You know, when I said Echo Saber coming out of the Tiny, I mean, sorry, not Echo Saber, I mean, when I say he's transitioning to core, I didn't think that meant he would buy an Echo Saber, but he is. He's already got 2 components of it, just needs the voice, so he's going for it. Oh, okay. Echo Saber Tiny support. I've seen worse.
I mean, look at his net worth. He's not a support any longer. That use is nice to protect you from the time dilation from the crep and the chains, but overall you can go for the aggressive. You already have a Wind Waker save for the Chrono on your Mars, so you probably feel like it's good enough.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably thinking about going for Aghanim's later on Lilith as well. As bottom lane, again, just the hint of an engagement from Grin, but not an actual engagement. They're just sort of hinting that maybe they think about it.
Arcane Rune Storm coming forward. He did lose a good chunk of his mana. Still, it is an Aegis Storm with an Arcane Rune. Doesn't get much scarier than this, especially once he's level 18, and he did get there. Fly, gonna be chased down, will be fine. Turns around, freezes the abominable snowman looking Primal Beast, so this guy is definitely used to the cold.
Oh, nice catch! But can he get anything else?
Not really. The crep will be protecting him. They have the heals as well. Nice egg there. Again from the arena. Has the Wind Waker. Just leaves the Chrono. Doesn't care about it. Winds are going to be blowing in their favor. Egg is gonna pop, but of course not stunning anybody. Spear onto the Pugna, they see him clearly. Bloodthorn onto the poor Ember. Without the BKB he cannot live, and Gunner gets in with the God's Rebuke. There's the Yules onto the Faceless Void. Doesn't get himself up to the high ground. Still has the Manta to work with, so it might allow him to live. Very unlikely here because he's surrounded by so many heroes. Uses the Manta, Avalanche is there. Spear actually connects onto the Illusion. Now going for the Storm, who still has the Aegis. Stops the Pulverize, and they get the Yules onto the Phoenix. Don't want to be dealing with the Sunray. That's a scary spell to go up against. Protecting himself with the Uproar, the extra armor there helping for sure. He's going to be roaring again. Nobody is afraid of the big beast. He looks so small in this game. There's the Bloodthorn as well, tossing the Phoenix back, looking very much dead, and that is going to be a full 5-man wipe, diving the enemy base. 29 minutes into the game. Nouns are just schooling Grin Esports on how Dota is to be played.
And what did they lose for that? They lost Fly. That's his 5th death of the game, but he just could not give less of a damn. They also planted a nice Observer Ward in the enemy base. They were able to see the onslaught coming from the Primal Beast. And overall, Nouns, the Wind Waker. Dude, he throws out a Chrono. He gets the Wind Waker away from it. Oy, oy, oy. Very tough situation to be in. As we're starting to see the cores also overtake, double the net worth of the enemy, especially for Yuma.
Okay, I have a really good idea for the Nouns, you know, those chat wheel announcements. Yeah. Like, you put it fly, you fool, right? And then every single time he dies, you use it, and then you just pick Coddle for him, so that it reminds you of Gandalf all the time. I do want all the revenue for it, because that's the best idea that they've ever heard. The Spear does get the kill on Geozizi. Primal Beast smashing the Mars into the ground, who has a Wind Waker just to get himself away. He was very close to the ground there, and now he is up in the air.
I actually like that. I think that voice line is actually not bad. I mean, well said. Well surprised to think of it that way. Mars, by the way, he's probably either, what's he going for? Is it going to be the Hex, or is it going to be the Refresher Orb? One or the other. Does he have anything on the Courier? Nope. So he's going for the Tiara Salamene. It can be built as one of these two items, but we'll see. Yuma throws out the Sleep, but it actually misses. And Faceless Void is able to leave the lane. If they knew that Sleep was used, this could be an opening for Grin.
Yeah, maybe, because you can finally use the Chrono properly, but it's still a Wind Waker, which has been a pain in the backside for Yamsen, who probably has lost all confidence as they do jump in on Sneaky. Have the Nullifier, no Decrep for you. Both of the supports are instantly deleted, as Italiano Gangstar will be getting himself away. Next on the menu will be the Ember Spirit. Still doesn't have the BKB, so actually he does have the BKB. What caught him?
Was it the net? I'm not quite sure, but it doesn't.
But he have a BKB.
I mean,
oh, he had the Hex. He got caught by the Hex. That's the problem. Yamsen, yeah, we know which one is real. He thought he was baiting them, and well, they saw through his plan.
In the meantime, what are they? They're sawing through the base as well. As the mid racks, it just looks like it's going to fall. Now it's also going to go. Why would they just call GG? I honestly. What a disappointing game. I know we're not supposed to be like, oh, it's so amazing, but
what?
Grin Esports, they just rolled over. They didn't even try, to be honest with you. As Nouns, they were like, all right, we'll farm, and when we're ready to win, we'll win. And Grin was like, okay, you know, we'll just stay behind, just do nothing for the whole game. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, so back in my very, very successful Dota career, people can see just my huge money won on my Wikipedia page. When you play versus team like this, it feels like you're trying. You're constantly trying to find some ideas on how to approach, but you can't do it. You can't do anything about it, right? Because they are just moving so much better than you, and you never get an opening.
I think they could have forced fights. They could have tried to take some towers, smoke up with a deep ward, just go like we saw what? One chrono the entire game. We saw how many eggs did we see? I only think only saw one egg, one chrono. I'm not flaming them saying that they played, but it's clear that they're playing scared. They were like, I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to, but go out and use your spells. You're up against Nouns. You're not gonna play I can out farm them game, or I can be better strategy than them. It's just run at them like gorillas and see what happens.
I mean, we did come into the day saying that we are going to be pretending like Nouns are not the heavy favorites, but maybe they heard us, and well, now they showed us, guys, nobody can threaten us here, because that's what this game did look like. We are going to be taking a short break. Currently, Dota is in offline mode. We usually come back in like 10 minutes, but if Steam is down, that's going to be probably going to be taking a little bit longer. Maybe we get a patch, but we will certainly be getting a game 2 after the break, so stay with us.
Let's see.
And we are back with the potentially last game of the day here at the Elite League. You're watching the NA Closed Qualifiers. I'm Harry, and the guy next to me is Otomo. So currently we're watching Nouns versus Grin Esports. It is a best of 3 upper bracket finals. Whoever wins is secured to win at least $5,714, or if they win the grand finals, they are gonna be going to the Swiss round of the main tournament of our league here that is gonna be starting on the 31st. Otomo, how excited are you?
I'm excited. I'm excited for the Elite League. I'm excited to see who are the teams going to be going for. I love the Swiss format as well. It's kind of not used very often, but can make for every game becomes very make or break for the teams. However, in this particular match, I am not excited for Grin Esports gameplay. Game 1, they were extremely passive. We saw one Crow and one Phoenix Egg in a 30-minute game. They need to be a little bit more active. We have Primal Beast and Ember on one side, and they can't get kills. It's not like Nouns is playing super amazing. I think Grin Esports can just shift it to another gear because they're playing like I'm driving, slow.
And we are going to be focusing on the bans here. For people that don't know, we had a long talk about safe driving because we are all about safety, because there wasn't much space in that game to talk about anything else other than Dota, because there was so much happening all the time. But overall, if you're just tuning in, maybe you can believe that overall it was a pretty slow game with Nouns having a Naga Siren consistently increasing their goal lead until at one point it just became insurmountable.
We ban out the Chen and make sure that they don't give it away to Geozizi. Now it takes a while with their last ban. That's what they did in the previous game, where they went over a minute with reserve time, but paid off because they won the series very convincingly. Timbersaw Mars also being removed by Nouns, so a lot of things going out against Italian Gangster. Maybe Primal Beast might be a ban. No, they get rid of the Naga, so they're going for something different. They really used the Yuma Nagasaki well in the previous game. Maybe they're just going to be doing that thing where they steal the enemy draft and they win with it.
Oh, you think? Did they just want to prove how good they are so that tomorrow whoever goes versus them in the grand finals just gives up even before the series starts?
That could be an option, right? You're like, all right, guys, we're going to beat you with your own draft and we're going to make sure you never want to play it again or against us again. But it's important for the developing teams to go up against Nows, even if they get smashed, because that's the only way you're going to get better.
Also, because there's no other stream, guys, just a little bit of an info for you guys that are not following it. RLD2 versus Tilted Boys. Currently, it's 1-1 in that series. It is an elimination series of the lower bracket round 2, and they are currently in game 3. So today, one other team is also going to be getting eliminated. Grin Esports, though, even if they lose, they're only going to be going down to the lower bracket finals. So they've already secured themselves top 3 anyways.
Well, we're starting off with... I'm guessing, wait. I've seen this before. Lilith, he did play the support Terrorblade. Could be support Terrorblade again. As Grin, they start off with a Dragon Knight. Just be like, let's get us something very stable. Who can threaten buildings. They didn't have a whole lot of that in the previous game. Actually, they had a Pugna, my bad. But you still have Dragon Knight, who's a core, who can bring down buildings just with one Dragon transformation. So I like that part.
So we'll see if it is going to be a support Terrorblade that Lilith played. I still think that he could have improved his laning phase, and I would like to see if he approaches it differently. Maybe it's fine to just be super passive, but I'm not sure. I like how he played later on, his item build, his movements, his impact was quite nice, but the laning phase, I think he could have done a bit better. I still want to see it right now. I kind of felt more impact when I watched Chinese teams utilize the 5 Terrorblade.
Agreed. And then again, yeah, he just died a few times too many on the list Terrorblade. But how is he going to practice and get better if he doesn't play it? And this seems like a team that's kind of good, where you're like, you can reliably beat them. So you think, why not I practice something that is slightly less than my best and try to get it to be my best?
Dude, are you seeing that Copy is changing his name in in every game. His official name is still gonna stay with Copy, but he has been changing it quite a lot. I have a couple of those friends who every game they change the name. I don't know how he's feeling overall. I'm everything and nothing, so I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. But that probably means like I'm eternal, I'm a god, right? So it probably feels super good about himself.
It does. It does make me think I should maybe check out what his age is. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, how old are you? And you go and you're like, 17. Yes, it all makes
Is he really?
sense now. No, I have no idea. I mean, to get to his page because I don't think he has yet. He doesn't have a page yet. He just says he's from Germany, and that's it. And there's no information about him. But I'm gonna guess on the younger side. He's mid. He's using interesting nicknames.
5 seconds.
Younger. Let's just go younger.
You're mid. That means that you're a young player. Okay, that makes sense. So you and me both are support players, and we're very young.
Yes, by dinosaur standards, we are definitely very young. If we're comparing ourselves to like the Mayan architecture, we are young in comparison to that. Because I don't think we're young compared to a lot of the players here. And here's the thing. You don't often see a young buck coming into the game. He's like, I want to play Oracle and save my allies. No. They're like, I want to play Ember and smash people.
No, I want to play Oracle and use the Purifying Flames to kill people, right? That could be the case. So there's going to be a Lion and the Phoenix. So Lion finally getting a little bit back into the meta. Do you think those nerfs were so big that the hero is unplayable? Because we very rarely see him picked or banned.
Nah, he's very pickable. It's just that he went from overpowered to balanced, and if you are playing competitively, you don't care about balance. I don't want a balanced hero, I want an overpowered hero. I want a hero that comes in with just a little too many buffs recently. And that's what Lion has. Lion's still fine, but he is not as strong, which means that for pros, he's unplayable. Grin? What are they going to work with now? They took the Phoenix and the Faceless Void in the previous game. I don't mind it in this game as well. I just think that if you pick it, you have to actually use it. Oh.
It's a good Morphling game. Good versus Primal Beast. Good versus the Sven Terrorblade as well. You don't care much about the Grimstroke until he gets an Aghanim Scepter. But overall, it's a solid Morphling game.
Yeah, but you don't like Terrorblade, do you? Like, your Morphling tends to be, this high agi hero, so those illusions will hit you very hard as well.
Oh, you don't like the Terrorblade? Why?
I don't like the Morphling versus Terrorblade matchup.
Why not?
That, just the reflection will be very annoying for the Morphling to deal with.
The waveform away.
I mean, yeah, but your waveform every time the support Terrorblade hits you with reflections every 10 seconds.
You mean just the laning phase, or you're talking about the game? Okay. Laning phase wise, sure, but Terrorblade actually doesn't like playing versus a mixture of magical and physical damage, and that's kind of where the Morphling excels. I like the pick either way.
Okay, we'll see what you can do with it. You can transform into Primal Beast, and that's going to be fairly useful. The Sven as well. But, I mean, Terrorblade, right? That's the one you really want to transform to take his meta and just be Giga Boss mode. As both teams likely requiring their mid here. Kits as well as Copy. Or, sorry, I am everything / nothing. Oy.
Bandalesh.
10 seconds.
Meepo hasn't been banned out yet. Okay.
There is a Sven in the pool. No,
yeah, but I was thinking for Nouns, right? Like they might consider going for it if they want to.
But I just don't see it because Sven is a Yuma hero, right? So yeah. I kind of doubt that he's just gonna be giving it to somebody else. And where are you gonna even put the Sven? Like mid lane, off lane, support?
No, that's the problem. Can't put him as support. They get rid of the puck. So the spirits are still all in the pool, I believe. Yeah, there's every spirit you could ask for, but there's no puck, no Lishrak. There is an OD, and I've seen them picked up a little bit here and there. You're up against a fairly high armor team if you on the Radiant side, so Dire could take an OD. I wouldn't mind it.
I'm looking at the Sven though. OD hates playing versus the Sven.
I think it goes either way, right? Even it's not like Grin Esports doesn't like playing against Sven, and neither does Nouns. Although you seem to think Sven does well against the OD.
Yeah, because he does a lot of physical damage. OD hates physical damage dealing heroes that get into his face. That's where the Sven excels.
That's true. He does definitely like getting into people's faces.
Dire pick.
Alright.
Radiant's
Last
turn
band is
to
going to be the Lina. Who do they take? They take the Storm Spirit. Alright, so you have that bit of aggression coming out from Kits. Let's hope he uses it. Although, besides Grimstroke and maybe the Tearblade, the other two aren't really targets for you.
Is this a Queen of Pain game? It
I was
actually
gonna
looks
say the same.
like a decent one.
seconds.
It's not bad. You know, you're up against the Storm in the lane. It's going to be fine. Who else could they want to take? No Lesh, no Puck, no Call, no Lina. So there's an Ember Spirit and there's a Quap. I gotta say, now it's not the best at bringing down the egg. Like, Tearblade with meta is pretty good, but Primal Beast literally can't attack it. Grimstroke's fairly close range. Sven doesn't want to hit it. I wonder if they're going to go for, like,
Snapfire?
yeah. I was right. It's like Snapfire with the Blink Dagger, deal with the egg. Unlikely, but
It's actually
maybe a little
good. Because the Fusel Blade is good versus Morphling and the Storm.
okay. Nope, they go for Death Prophet. Why not? I like this hero. I think she's in a decent spot anyway. And these extended fights from Green Esports, because they're, apart from the damage like from Morphling once he has Kanda, there's not a whole lot of burst damage that you have to be scared of.
Yeah, Phoenix Gate's playing versus the Death Prophet Signs because you can cast it so far back in the backline. Storm as well.
Whoa.
You lose the mid lane with the Storm versus the Death Prophet in general, so I do like this pick. Plus, the Inkswell is one of the better spells to allow you to survive on the Death Prophet.
I love Yuma's sword when he gives it to you the edge. You know, it looks super bright. Like, it looks smaller, but it looks really good. Yeah, there you go. You see it like that? That's very cool.
He's
but yeah,
showing it to the enemies and gonna smack you down with this if you're not careful.
Who wants to be sliced up by that? So, Death Prophet, you mentioned the silence, by the way, but it's not as good as before just because it's like, you can see it coming. And we've seen a lot of Phoenixes go for Eul Scepter, so it's fine. I don't really see the Death Prophet as bothering the Phoenix all too much. But I do like the idea of how Kits is going to do against Copy in the mid lane. Where, you know, get the Spirit Siphon, you should be like always fine. Always harassing him away from you.
So I read about the knights in the Middle Ages and stuff, the ones that were on horses and actually had great swords, the two-handed ones. That those swords were actually pretty blunt, right? And you would just use them to punch somebody rather than slice them, and then they fall off a horse and get trampled in all of the commotion. So Sven's sword does look pretty blunt, but very big and strong for sure.
Yeah, actually, when we talk about like armor in the Middle Ages, what we're seeing, no one was stabbing through them because you're basically like you're a man in a armored tank. What they do is they just smash them. We see like Morning Stars, those heavy hammers. When we say heavy, they're like 10 pounds. And of course, like you mentioned, those big swords with edges, not edges, sorry, but like they're strong at the tip, very heavy, so they just pierce through armor. Well, not pierce, but break ribs.
Yep, so let's see who's going to be breaking ribs in this game too. Is it going to be Nouns again destroying Grin Esports, or maybe will it be the other way around? Let's get into game 2.
We are in game 2, and it's a 10-man smoke. Grin, just go and kick their asses. Like, I don't want Nouns to lose, but I want Grin to give us a good showing, because this is a learning experience, and I don't think you learned anything from game 1. Or at least, you should have learned that you need to be more active around the map.
The only thing that you're missing is pom-poms, Automo, really. By the way, how you're cheering for Grin Esports here. You are trying to be low-key, but I can definitely hear the bias in your voice.
I've always root for a good game, and a stomp is never a good game to watch or be a part of.
Really?
Anything, so, yeah.
I love the cleanliness of Dota sometimes. I, for one really did like TI4. Where newbie won. It was kind of cool to me how they just sliced through everybody and how clean of a Dota they played compared to everybody else.
No. What you want is messy games. Navi versus Alliance final game. You know, PSG, LGD versus OG. That's what you want. You know, you want this buybacks. What is happening? I can't even see my own hero. You're like, this is the way that Dota should be played.
Yeah, it is fun. It creates more memorable moments. That I'm gonna give you that. But still, from time to time, I want to see clean Dota. As Italiano Gangstar, he does get the bounty rune. So what is that? Lelis gets
2-2.
1. So 2 for 2. Yeah, nothing too surprising.
Alright, let's see what Lilith can do. He's up against the Morph lane, but we haven't seen who is going to be with the Morph lane supporting him. Very likely it's going to be GeoZZ on the Phoenix, so I can make some decent illusions out of that. You said you have to wait for him away, you have to wait for him away, or use the Icarus dive. You don't want to be spamming those too much.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about a laning phase. I was just thinking Morphling versus the Terrorblade in general, what we're used to as the carry-to-carry matchup. But yeah, you're right. In the lane, it is going to be slightly annoying for the Morphling for sure.
And you can see Yamsen already with like a third of his health remaining only. And that's just from like one reflection followed by, does he have trample? I can't imagine he would have done that. Oh no, just uproar. Wow. So much damage on Yamsen.
9 armor hero trading with a 1 armor hero, and we're seeing the results. Of course, when the fire spirits are there, the Phoenix is going to be winning the trades, but when they're not available, the Terrorblade most definitely going to be stronger.
I mean, but top lane, Italian Gangster, he had a decent time the previous one, but he really needs to convert that into game impact. As Wobble and Yuma's taking a few hits here. Hammer comes up, the slow on Sneaky. He should be fine, as 2 people really low right now.
Yep, but Sven being low, it is kind of a problem. You have a Rogue Knight versus the Dragon Knight. I guess a Rogue Knight probably doesn't have as much honor as the Dragon Knight.
Or maybe you see, he has his own personal brand of honor. He's like, my lord has tried to make me do something wrong. I shall leave him and seek my own path in the world. I think that's very honorable. We are just creating headcanon.
You probably took a vow as a, as a knight, so that you don't want to be an oath breaker, like Jaime Lannister.
Scum of the earth. But then again, if you can break the oath for the right reason, it's well worth it. And what else is well worth it? Mid lane, this copy is good, doing pretty good. 14-3 to the 12-0, so a little but noticeable advantage here so far. As this is the worst case scenario when you can't actually approach the lane to do anything, and that's Kits feels very zoned out right now.
Because he is, and this is what we expected in the mid lane. It's only going to be getting worse as you get more levels on the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, top lane GeoZZ taking so much damage. One more hit, is he going to do it? He gets out before Lelis can swing his arms, but it doesn't matter. He smacks Yamsen a bit as well. So these guys in the top lane are having trouble. The mid lane Storm is having trouble as well. It's only Italiano Gangstar that is standing his ground and fighting and farming quite nicely at the moment, as Kits loses his life copy, gets the solo kill. Kits, this isn't the first time that we see him getting solo killed. A nice glyph there just to make sure that the creeps don't get into the tower, but in the end unsuccessful.
That is a bit of a... That's something like... It's a problem, right? Every time the storm comes in, he's like, I can't go close because Spirit Siphon comes out 300 health, goes up to 450, 600 at levels 3 and 4. And if you're Storm Spirit, what is your counterplay option? I think he might just consider going jungling or so at some point. Probably around like 5.5. Just so he's not vulnerable to being killed by the Death Prophet. As top lane Yamsen being trampled to death. So close.
I feel like when the Primal Beast is going for the Morphling with a trample, like you know the dogs jumping into the into puddles. That's what it feels like.
He's like, my feet are wet. As yeah, Gunner forced to go back here. He wants Yamsen very badly. He's like, I could kill him, guys, but it doesn't look like it's happening unless Yamsen makes a pretty big misplay.
Yeah, he did go for 2 points in the shift, as that's not something we see often. Usually people just put it at 1 point, but he needed it in this game. As Inkswell connects, Italiano Gangster will take a lot of damage. Blood Grenade is there, has the Fairy Fire, he'll be fine.
Yeah. No points at the Fire Breath, by the way, going for 1 point stun and 2 points in the Dragon Blood for the DK. So focusing mostly on mitigating the damage coming out from the enemy side. Lilith is here, he's level 2. And he does, yeah, I was thinking he's just gonna probably just sharing EXP. Turns level 3. Kids need to be careful. Oh, they are. Why not? Slowed up.
He does have a TP now, Kids, to use, but he didn't do it in time, and now he's gonna be taken down. Copy's just healing way too much with the Spirit Siphons. Actually, way too much isn't enough. Is actually with the last Spirit Siphon will get the kill. And now, flying through him, they do burn the Witch on the stake. That's how you deal with witches. Lelis is gonna be stunned up as well. Goes for the reflection and finishes off one support. Let's see if GeoZZ wants to stay here and fight. Terrorblade still has the healing salve, so he can definitely turn this one around if he sees that it's possible.
Yeah, it's still worth it for... I guess it's kind of even, right? You trade your Death Prophet for the Storm +1, but Death Prophet does die, so at least Storm gets something out of this, which he desperately needs as top lane Yamson. He's playing with fire here. Gonna at any point onslaught, you get like 3 instances of damage from the trample.
Oh, that's quite a lot, but he does manage to survive. He uses the sticks, and now Primal Beast, his only heal in the lane is gonna be this healing Lotus. Of course, you do have a Bracer, and here comes the Phoenix. Level 2 Spirits, that's a lot of damage that you can... Does eat the healing Lotus there, Gunner.
Yamson showing himself. He's like, if you want, let's go for it. Italian Gangster, good TP out, stays alive. As top lane, I'm looking at Gunner. I'm like, Gunner. Oh yeah, they're diving for Gunner.
Seeker's dive, he has the onslaught, has the healing Lotus, should be able to survive through this.
Well
and
done.
Gets himself away. Doesn't even use the healing Lotus. That is ballsy. Actually, at the end there, got spooked by the Fire Spirit.
And he was able, by the way, you see the way, I think he had his hands up just to throw out that adaptive strike,
Yep.
but did not reach in time. So, really well played by Gunner. As this tower, looking in a bit of trouble here. Kitz is still level 5. That level 6 is so vital for the Storm. He's not getting it.
And Copy is going, he's going for the dive, will be slowed down by the Earth Spike. That's gonna allow the Storm to live. And actually all of the creeps were pulled, so the Siege creep does die as well. But the tower will most likely fall too, because he gets super close with the Ghost. Now they're gonna be doing more damage. And the first tower of the game drops. Copy is just having a hell of a game.
I just realized for some reason I'm not inside the game lobby. I want to check the stacks, see if they've got anything going there.
Oh, what an onslaught from Gunner, and Geoziz is going to be so much trouble going for a TP out with Reflection Blood Grenade, and it's just enough damage. What a move from Lelis being there in time, but a much bigger move with the onslaught stopping the potential steal on the rune and also getting the kill later on.
By the way, there are decent stacks coming out for the Radiant side. You have a Sven, you're always going to be wanting to go for it. And you really would like that level 6 on your supports for Grin Esports. It's Phoenix, Egg, and Finger. So much that you're kind of relying on.
I feel like early on the Egg isn't that big of a deal, but the Finger most definitely is. Because how do you deal with the Death Prophet and her Spirit Siphons? You kill her fastings? Well, here comes the Phantom's Embrace. It will connect, but only next to the tower, so you'll be fine. So you need Burst for the Death Prophet, so he cannot get the Spirit Siphons off. And Finger is, well, like the Burst spell.
Another thing is that maybe he's Spirit Siphoning the Phoenix. You use your Egg, suddenly that's also cut off. And it does give you good damage percentage base. Like, there's a lot of value to the Phoenix Egg. I like it. But that's when he gets it. As on the other side, the Spurs don't have it either, but I don't think it's as big of a deal. Italian Gangster, that's gonna be a very likely dead. Oof.
That
Double
last
face,
hit from Yuma did not connect. He TP'd right before it. I'm not sure if it would have given them the kill, but it would have definitely been close.
Well, every time Yuma's just like, I'll just farm away here. So poor Italian Gangster, he still has to go all the way back to base and get nothing for his trouble. Decent up D-ward from Fly. Slowly, I feel like now it's taking more control of this game than they were in game 1. Like, they seem a little bit more aggressive this time around.
Yep, they're getting a bit more kills, which is weird to say, because 9 minutes in, they only have 4. But that just goes to show how passive the previous one was. On the other side, Grin Esports, they're really not doing much, and it's a problem, right? You don't have your level 6s on the supports, which they need, and your Storm Spirit had an abysmal laning stage, so you really can't do anything.
You have to do something, though. Oh, the silence. Oh, the egg swell. Oh, the popping. Oh, the trample. Anything else? Actually, there was an ultimate, but no mana here for Gunner. As Yamson, he gets melted by those Spirit Sisters.
Yeah, go my sisters, go. And the Morphling can't adapt, and to be honest, like, he is water, you know, as one very wise, strong guy would say, be like water, my friend, so that he can adapt to anything. He cannot adapt to this Death Prophet.
No, he can't. And meanwhile, mid lane, they want to go for less, but he is durable enough. Just takes a hit and barely loses anything from the Storm. Yeah, you sit there and you think, you're like, what are you guys?
You sound sad. You sound sad, Automo. I don't know, like this. I'm getting sad right now. What's the problem? Let's talk about it.
They're not trying. They're not getting kills. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, we're on the other side. Oh no!
Yep,
he's dead.
it seems that the walking lizard is stronger than the flying one.
I mean, he's got fire coming out of him, of his mouth and all that. Well, both of them do, but still, it's cooler from the primal. As again, we're not Stormscap playing passively, trying to recover, which is the right choice. But you need your Dragon Knight to do something. But they're just hunting him down as well. Meanwhile, Yamsun, he's also trying to recover. They're just in recovery mode on Grin Esports side, and this is what Nouns wants.
You have the finger on the line now. So you finally have something to utilize as an aggressive spell. But I'm still not seeing a smoke, and I would definitely like to see one.
Out of Atos, by the way, finished on copy. First, it's great stats in general, like 300 health is super good. But also really good just to catch the Storm Spirit if he jumps in. Or, of course, the Morphling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, good versus both of those heroes as they're gonna be going for the Terrorblade, take him down, not using the finger, right choice from Sneaky. If you use the finger there, then the cores are definitely not gonna be dying in the next 2 minutes, so smart choice.
Yeah, save it for a better time. You know, then the other team will be like, okay, there's no finger on the line, so he becomes not a non-threat, but definitely less of a problem. As Yuma building his way towards the Echo Saber. Shockingly, he's behind Copy, even though he's been basically free farming the whole game.
I mean, Copy has been crushing the mid lane, getting towers, so it, I guess, not too surprising, but yeah, the Sven should fairly soon be getting ahead as I don't see many stacks. Some are being made right now by Fly.
Yeah, Fly is making this. Should be the third stack of Ancients. There we go, very nice. It's 12 minutes in, there's a Haste Ruin who's going to be taking it. Copy just like, I have a bottle, I can go for it. He's got, I failed to mention, but he's also got Boots of Travel. Yes, this guy can show up anywhere. And now it's just playing very standard. Not feeling like they have to be overly aggressive or ward the enemy side of the map. They're just like, oh, I was slowly suffocating them.
It would be, now I'm just thinking about it, right? You remember the Fly, you fool. But it would be so cool if Fly was a core player, maybe even, you know, like the position 1, and then he's playing these agility heroes that punch you, because you know, Krav Maga, and then some then we could learn the name of some moves and just shout them out during the cast. That would be really fun. If Lelis is the one that dies again, it's really not that big of a deal, and he's kind of the only one that they can catch now.
Radiant are
Yeah, if you were wondering, I think Fly's dad invented some martial arts, and she's a student of. As Lilith, yep, he's
Krav
dead.
Maga is really,
all.
I don't think he invented it, but he maybe some way of using it. Either way, Kits does have the mana to run away. Copy has that haste rune, so he will be fine. And
Like, pops on him.
is gonna be running in still. Phantom's embracing the line, will try to get it down. He does get it down, but the Inkswell connects and he gets his spirit drained out of his body, so we'll be going back to hell and back as Italiano Gangstar next on the menu. They have another Atos Gunner coming forward. No pulverize, but a trample to the ground is gonna be fine. I don't know how he's trampling him into the ground when this guy is flying. Seems that he is flying a little bit low, and that is for sure dangerous. A couple more hits, one more crit swarm should be able to take him down. Inkswell is gonna allow it. Power Ranger TP is coming over. Morphling wants to get in on the fight
Big
as
jump.
Soulbind will be used there. Fly though, nobody to follow up on it. This Copy TPs to the mid lane to continue farming and leaves Fly all alone, and he will be taken down with ease.
I think you're happy about that for Grin. This whole time Morphling's free farming, you just got a kill on the enemy core, you are in a +1 on Fly. It's not too bad considering the way the fight started. So Grin Esports, that would be, I'd say, the first definitive win that they've had in this entire series.
So Copy is gonna be going for the Eternal Shroud. You couldn't kill him. Good luck once that is up, and he's having some mana problems, so the Eternal Shroud will help with that as well. It's actually the perfect item for the DP.
Yep. Meanwhile, what do we see from Gunner? Just going for this classic BKB. He has a blink dagger as well, so he can blink catch whoever he wants to. With the BKB, I don't think the enemy side has anything that can stop it, apart from a Phoenix egg hatching, but that's not really an instant response as instant death. There
Oh,
we
they
go.
found a Morphling smashing into the guard. The Inkswell will be there, but he did get the Morph off. There's the Silence at this point. He will get rid of it fairly soon. Has enough attack speed. Goes onto the high ground with the waveform. Nice usage of spells overall from Yamsun, and that's a bit too deep from Gunner. Nice adaptive strike. Strength pushes Gunner away, stuns him, and dissuades him from any kind of a chase. So in the end, you only get the line, which isn't the biggest of kills.
Yeah, but you don't get the towers either, which have been standing the bottom T1 as well. We've seen Nouns a couple of times try to be like, let's try and get it, but they don't want to commit for it. Meanwhile, mid lane,
Gunner is fine. You want to stop the Sunray, don't want to stay there for long. Lelis has to be careful. Going up that high ground is scary. An Italiano gangster standing his ground this time around, not afraid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
what's the game plan here for now? So you actually have decent Roche potential for both sides, and it is on the Dire side, but unlikely they want to be able to take it now. It would be nice around like the 90-minute mark, you start pushing bottom, then they can go for Roshan. As Yuma just continues to grow bigger and bigger every time we see him. He is finally going to overtake Copy. It takes 60 minutes for the final.
Oh, nice double stun as well, but he's pretty tanky himself. Copy gonna be letting it go there with the sisters coming through. Now focusing on the egg. It is gonna be taken out with so many heroes focusing on it. Literally a gangster with the Sven attacking you. It's gonna be so much damage into him. They also use the Sunder, a defensive one. Gunner, the guy that you started on, is now full HP.
At least they tried. You know, yes, you gave away something from it, but at least you tried. And the double stun from the Lion was good enough. But we haven't actually seen a finger attempt so far. Maybe that would have been able to turn things around. Overall, you can't go for Gunner. He's way too tanky. I believe the next fight he's going to have the BKB. Oh, okay, so it's going to take some time for the BKB, but he is very tanky. 2,000 health, highest in the game right now.
Yeah, Morphling can go higher than that, but not there at the moment, as now they are going to be gunning for him. He does not have the Manta. They do find the Phoenix, however. No egg, no life. Going in. Wants to kill Fly, will be able to do it. Gets silenced up by the Phantom's Brave, but they can't kill him, and the tier 1 is still there. Storm zipping in a long one, doesn't have all that much mana to work with. Copy just threatening, has the 8 toss, the triple man silence, and Gunner with the uproar, gonna be running away. Actually dodges the breathe fire. Is there enough mana? Yamsen is gonna be following forward. He can onslaught as well, turning into the Primal Beast and getting himself a double.
Not bad. Not bad. Another really solid fight from Grin Esports as they take down the Primal Beast. Was it another double stun, wasn't it? This Lion, he is doing really work for them. It has one finger stack, so would like to see more, but unfortunately Lion, he's going to be losing his life now.
That's so easy for Copy. His game has been going amazingly well. Though the Storm has gotten closer than what it used to be. Phantom's Race will connect. Need to take it down, but there's gonna be a soul bind and he cannot move. Let me go, Morphling, please. That's not gonna be happening. Yamsen without mana. He cannot touch him, he cannot do anything. There's gonna be an Atos on him, and with the silences, he's definitely gonna be losing his life. Finally, they bring him down as they're looking towards Italiano Gangstar, and two of them coming forward. Yuma even gets pushed away by Gunner. This guy is mine, Gunner says, while he smashes him into the ground. His body will never be found because it's so deep, and that's a 10k gold lead just like that.
The great use of the Rod of 8 toss just to kill the Lion. Then we saw them get the good soulbind on 2. I realized that, but Spirit Siphon, not bad against the soulbinded targets. You know, because you get a free one basically being used rather than using 2 charges on 2 people. You get 1 charge, 2 people, which is very nice for him. As overall, again, it was an okay pick off from Green Esports. They hung around too long, and then they were able just to get kills.
Their tiers 2s are still alive, but the gold lead is again getting into that scary territory when soon you won't be able to do much. And I'm just not seeing Green Esports making any moves at the moment. I want that finger used every single time you have it.
Make a move. They got the. Oh, here we go. Can they go for someone? No.
Gunner just goes in, and that line will go down. No hesitation from now. Silence and the Polarize a little bit overlapping. Yamsen will stop it, but there is the Soul Bind, so that means that the Storm Spirit will just be taken down. GZZ doesn't want to use the egg. They want to hold their hands as well. Yamsen says, "Hold me, please hold me." And there's nothing in this world that will help you. It is going to be the Primal Beast that holds you down for now. Silence connects as well. Egg is going to be used. Lelis is actually going to be losing his life. Fly cannot deal with it on its own, but sure, you can burn super bright there on the side with your sun while all of your team dies. As GeoZZ might get caught by the Atos right now. Actually, there's going to be a silence. Atos down for another 5 seconds, and GeoZZ will die to the damage of Copy, as Gunner does not care about the tower damage whatsoever, but he should care about the finger up his bum, as Sneaky does finish him off. How dare you touch my team?
Yes, you touch my team, I touch you in the bum, and not in a way that you would like. The egg came out pretty late, but it was a good egg that got them the kill on Lilith. However, the jump, I thought Gunner was going to blink away. He actually blinks into them, And they were kind of surprised. They're like, wait, you want to fight? And the rest of his team shows up and they clean house. Great focus on the Morphling as well. You know, you can't... You're taking a little big mix of physical and magical damage. Physical from the ulti and magic from the Spirit Siphon. There's no way to play against that.
Oh, it's so hard at the moment for Grin Esports. I just don't know how they make a play. Even if they make a play, their damage is so limited. Sneaky, he's only level 11, so that's a long cooldown on the finger. Next 12 is used. They're going for the Stair Blade. Stun a little bit late, so they will get the kill. But the thing is, Yuma needs 2 hits to kill you, and you took such a long time to kill the Stair Blade, which is probably the squishiest hero on the Radiant side.
Well, Sven, he's got a BKB and he's going to be building towards the Aghanim Scepter. I just realized today that this gives you extra damage if you turn it on. 180. No joke, actually.
Good. You watch Naruto, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna be starting to call finger like he Kakashi'd you. You remember like early Naruto, like the move of Kakashi with his
1,000 years
with his
of
fingers?
pain?
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what the Lion does. Not really built like Kakashi, but probably just as beautiful.
I don't know if... Again, you have this weird thing with Lion's finger ability. It makes me... makes me think, wonder about you. In the meantime, though, Fly, he is going for... He has the point booster. He wants to go for all the way for the Aghanim Scepter. Not really that there's any amazing illusions apart from the Morphling that you want to make. I imagine the DK dragons do come away with their specific breath abilities, don't they?
Yes, yes, they do.
As little as he is...
Superman is flying, his fly will stop, but he'll take down the sun. This is what the Superman can do. He can destroy the sun. Though if a Superman destroys the yellow sun, he's probably not going to be Superman any longer.
Nope, it'll just be regular man. Or as we just see the pulverized, that's going to be a dead line. Both supports on Grin Esports are down. However, they should be up in time to defend the high ground if they need to. Roshan is up, Dire. They have to take all the twin gate if they want to get it though. May not be worth it their time.
25 to 10. It's just looking so easy here, and gets silenced up. Onslaught is there. Inkswell fall up. You do not have the pulverize, but guess what? You don't really need it. And Gunner, he is the one that deals enough damage for him to die. Yuma with his level 19 there has so much damage with the God Strength. Tier 2s are dropping like flies. But Fly's not really dropping. He only has 2 deaths though.
I knew you were going to say that. And despite the way the game is, Grin Esports, I still feel like they're playing slightly better than the previous game because they're trying to get pickoffs. They're not just sort of passively farming. The thing is, Nouns just knows how to play the game. They have one of the most experienced captains in the world, perhaps one of the longest tenured captains. Maybe only Puppy beating him right now in Kuroki, but it is tough. It is very tough right now for Grin.
Their last auto tower is on the menu, and they don't seem too interested in defending. They don't seem too interested in leaving their base. Morphling is the only one who has the guts. No, that's actually a Dragon Knight. Morphling is staying in the base.
Might have been worth considering to defend it. You know, a lot of times tier 2 is kind of like, oh, we'll defend tier 3, and this way you might be able to kill them before they go for Aegis. Next time they push, they might push with the Aegis, in which case, who are you killing twice? I mean, can you kill anyone twice? Sorry. So, Demon Zeal on the Terrorblade isn't too great, but I guess the movement speed part is nice. Copy, invised up, has the size. I think the Phoenix lives through this. He should be fine, as now they're turning around onto the Death Prophet, who has the BKB. With the line coming from the side, Copy is just going to be going for... Oh, you thought you were sneaky, huh? It might be your name, but it won't work out, as it is time to bail. Here comes Superman. Tries to dodge it there with the Manta. It's very hard to do so for the Stormhammer, because it is an AoE stun. You really have to do it perfectly. And unfortunately for Gunner, he was about to lift his hands and get himself another kill, but that doesn't happen. Copy, they're realizing, they're like, we got God Strength and Exo, guys. Let's just go high ground. What are they going to do to us without their carry? Phoenix Egg is also not available, but I think it should be up fairly soon. If they can get a Phoenix Egg with the Sun Ray, the Shard, that's not bad, because Phoenix is still percentage damage. It's always good, no matter what the state of the game is.
I Let's see if they're going to be able to make it happen. No Exorcism, no God Strength, but there is a Metamorphosis. Still, it is only a support Terrorblade, but a solid amount of damage onto the range. Drax's melee one's almost dead, and they will finally fall. You don't have the Glyph. The Earth Spike will be nice, but you are not stopping this push that easy.
Again, surprised that Geo is easy. Is not trying to just get the Sunray off to weaken someone, and then they can sort of see if they follow up. He is more interested in throwing out Fire Spirits. I think this is a mistake. It's got a... I was going to say shorter cast range, but it's actually a bit longer than the laser.
Yeah, but laser is still a pretty high range. The thing is, though, you show where you are. That's the downside.
And it's fine. I think they know. They'll be like, we're pretty sure he's in that general direction. Copy. This is an interesting catch. Who's catching who?
They get the silence on him. Storm goes to the back lines, finds Fly, tries to kill him. The Sunder will be protecting him as the Soulbind being used on the line, and the Storm with the onslaught. He's on the hill, king of it. Trying to cosplay Arteezy, who we know is like the carry of the region for such a long time, as the egg will be placed quite nicely. They do see it still, so should be able to take down. High ground misses, actually. They miss it so much, and he's gonna get 3 kills on Geo's easy fly. With the Inkswell removes the Fire Spirits. That's such a cool play from him, but if there were no high ground misses, he wouldn't have gotten a single one.
And they need the egg to come out so much earlier. Unfortunately, they already lost everyone by the time the egg comes out. Buybacks on Grin Esports, but nope, they're like, let's not waste any more time with this. They call it a little bit of not the best, unfortunately, but a good learning experience for Grin. And I do like how they played game 2 with more emphasis on let's just fight Nouns, let's try to get something going for ourselves.
So Nouns are gonna be getting the victory here very easily. They secured themselves top 2. Well, when the close qualifier started here in NA at the Elite League, we saw the teams and we kind of knew that it wasn't gonna be Nouns that are gonna be winning it all. They're kind of a top tier international team, and here they don't really have any competition.
We'll see tomorrow who's going to go up against them. But yeah, it just looked like a big mismatch. Grin Esports, they were very happy to hand over the tempo of the game to Nouns in both games. They're like, you decide when we fight. And I was like, cool for us. We're just going to pick farming heroes and we will kick your ass later. Grin Esports, I like what they were doing in game 2 more. They felt like they were a little bit more aggressive, but they need a lot more than that. They need to put Nouns off their game with either a pick or an approach. But congratulations to announce either $5,700 or a trip to the Elite League. Not a trip, sorry, it's LAN, and it's online.
Yep. Overall, that's it for today when it comes for our stream, but there's still something that's going to be played. So ILD2, they got eliminated by Tilted Boys, so that means that Tilted Boys versus Legacy is going to be happening around this time. They should be starting the game fairly soon, so guys, if you want to watch that in Dota, you definitely can. Grin Esports are going to be in the grand finals that is going to be happening tomorrow, and of course tomorrow we're going to be looking at the lower bracket finals here on the same stream that we do encourage you to go and follow here, looking at the current standings, what we explained at the moment. Of course, guys, we do have other streams for you to follow as well. ESB, Dota 2, EN, and then we have B, C, D, and E channels for you to follow. Be sure to do that if you want to follow the other close qualifiers. Some of them are a little bit more exciting than this one, and on this stream, the South American one will be there as well in 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the problem of seeing one team coming in that's so much head and shoulders above the rest. But hey, I think that we had some fun when the games were a little bit more even. We had fun when the games weren't even, but definitely prefer those even games. And hopefully we'll have some of that tomorrow, at least in the lower bracket finals. For now, Nouns, kudos on your journey and on your dominance.
Yep, so they are going to be the first finalist, as you can read on the bottom of your screens, guys. But that is going to be it for today. Tomorrow, we're going to be back a little bit later. That's going to be at 22 CET. That is the time that we're going to be orienting ourselves on, so you can transfer it to your times. And then we're going to have the lower bracket finals. It is a followed by schedule. After it, immediately, we're going to have a grand finals where Nouns are going to be waiting for one of these 3 teams that are left. Automo, thank you for being with me here today. It was a shorter day, but definitely fun. And tomorrow we find out who's going to the main tournament.
Bye-bye.